Chapter 30 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 30. Brother Griffin's Story of a Plot in Private Life. Chapter 1. The first place I got when I began going out to service was not a very profitable one. I certainly gained the advantage of learning my business thoroughly, but I never had my due in the matter of wages. My master was made a bankrupt, and his servants suffered with the rest of his creditors. My second situation, however, amply compensated me for my want of luck in the first one. I had the good fortune to enter the service of Mr. and Mrs. Norcross. My master was a very rich gentleman. He had the Darroch house and lands in Cumberland, an estate also in Yorkshire, and a very large property in Jamaica, which produced at that time and for some years afterward a great income. Out in the West Indies he met with a very pretty young lady, a governess in an English family, and taking a violent fancy to her, married her, though she was a good 25 years younger than himself. After the wedding they came to England, and it was at this time that I was lucky enough to be engaged by them as a servant. I lived with my new master and mistress 3 years. They had no children. At the end of that period Mr. Norcross died. He was sharp enough to foresee that his young widow would marry again, and he bequeathed his property, so that it all went to Mrs. Norcross first, and then to any children she might have by a second marriage, and, failing that, to relations and friends of his own. I did not suffer by my master's death, for his widow kept me in her service. I had attended on Mr. Norcross all through his last illness, and had made myself useful enough to win my mistress's favour and gratitude. Besides me, she also retained her maid in her service, a quadroon woman named Josephine, whom she brought with her from the West Indies. Even at that time I disliked the half-breed's wheedling manners, and her cruel, tawny face, and wondered how my mistress could be so fond of her as she was. Time showed that I was right in distrusting this woman. I shall have much more to say about her when I get further advanced with my story. Meanwhile, I have next to relate that my mistress broke up the rest of her establishment, and, taking me and the lady's maid with her, went to travel on the Continent. Among other wonderful places we visited Paris, Genoa, Venice, Florence, Rome, and Naples, staying in some of these cities for months together. The fame of my mistress's riches followed her wherever she went, and there were plenty of gentlemen, foreigners as well as Englishmen, who were anxious enough to get into her good graces and to prevail on her to marry them. Nobody succeeded, however, in producing any very strong or lasting impression on her, and when we came back to England, after more than 2 years of absence, Mrs. Norcross was still a widow, and showed no signs of wanting to change her condition. We went to the house on the Yorkshire estate first, but my mistress did not fancy some of the company round about, so we moved again to Darrock Hall, and made excursions from time to time in the Lake District, some miles off. On one of these trips Mrs. Norcross met with some old friends who introduced her to a gentleman of their party bearing the very common and very uninteresting name of Mr. James Smith. He was a tall, fine young man enough, with black hair which grew very long, and the biggest, bushiest pair of black whiskers I ever saw. Altogether he had a rakish, unsettled look, and a bounceable way of talking which made him the prominent person in company. He was poor enough himself, as I heard from his servant, but well connected, a gentleman by birth and education, though his manners were so free. What my mistress saw to like in him I don't know, but when she asked her friends to stay with her at Darrock, she included Mr. James Smith in the invitation. We had a fine, gay, noisy time of it at the Hall, and the strange gentleman in particular making himself as much at home as if the place belonged to him. I was surprised at Mrs. Norcross putting up with him as she did, but I was fairly thunderstruck some months afterward when I heard that she and her free and easy visitor were actually going to be married. She had refused offers by dozens abroad from higher and richer and better behaved men. It seemed next to impossible that she could seriously think of throwing herself away upon such a harebrained, headlong, penniless young gentleman as Mr. James Smith. Married, nevertheless, they were, in due course of time, and after spending the honeymoon abroad, they came back to Darrock Hall. I soon found that my new master had a very variable temper. There were some days when he was as easy and familiar and pleasant with his servants as any gentleman need be. At other times some devil within him seemed to get possession of his whole nature. He flew into violent passions, and took wrong ideas into his head, which no reasoning or remonstrance could remove. It rather amused me, considering how gay he was in his tastes, how restless his habits were, that he should consent to live in such a quiet, dull place as Darrock. The reason for this, however, soon came out. Mr. James Smith was not much of a sportsman. He cared nothing for indoor amusements such as reading, music, and so forth, and he had no ambition for representing the county in Parliament. The one pursuit that he was really fond of was yachting. Darrock was within 16 miles of a seaport town, with an excellent harbour, and to this accident of position the Hall was entirely indebted for recommending itself as a place of residence to Mr. James Smith. He had such an untiring enjoyment and delight in cruising about at sea, and all his ideas of pleasure seemed to be so closely connected to his remembrance of the sailing trips he had taken on board different yachts belonging to his friends, that I verily believe his chief object in marrying my mistress was to get the command of money enough to keep a vessel for himself. Be that as it may, it is certain that he prevailed on her, some time after their marriage, to make him a present of a fine schooner yacht, which was brought round to our coast town, and kept always waiting ready for him in the harbour. His wife required some little persuasion before she could make up her mind to let him have the vessel. She suffered so much from seasickness that pleasure sailing was out of the question for her, and, being very fond of her husband, she was naturally unwilling that he should engage in an amusement which took him away from her. However, Mr. James Smith used his influence over her cleverly, promising that he would never go away without first asking her leave, and engaging that his terms of absence at sea should never last for more than a week or 10 days at a time. Accordingly, my mistress, who was the kindest and most unselfish woman in the world, put her own feelings aside and made her husband happy in the possession of a vessel of his own. While my master was away cruising, my mistress had a dull time of it at the Hall. The few gentlefolks there were in our part of the country lived at a distance, and could only come to Darrock when they were asked to stay for some days together. As for the village near us, there was but one person living in it whom my mistress could think of asking to the Hall, and that person was the clergyman who did duty at the church. This gentleman's name was Mr. Meeke. He was a single man, very young, and very lonely in his position. He had a mild, melancholy, pasty-looking face, and was as shy and soft-spoken as a little girl. Altogether what one may call, without being unjust or severe, a poor, weak creature, and, out of all sight, the very worst preacher I ever sat under in my life. The one thing he did which, as I heard, he could do really well, was playing on the fiddle. He was uncommonly fond of music, so much so that he often took his instrument out with him when he went for a walk. This taste of his was his great recommendation to my mistress, who was a wonderfully fine player on the piano, and who was delighted to get such a performer as Mr. Meeke to play duets with her. Besides liking his society for this reason, she felt for him in his lonely position, naturally enough, I think, considering how often she was left in solitude herself. Mr. Meeke, on his side, when he got over his first shyness, was only too glad to leave his lonesome little parsonage for the fine music-room at the Hall, and for the company of a handsome, kind-hearted lady who made much of him and admired his fiddle-playing with all her heart. Thus it happened that, whenever my master was away at sea, my mistress and Mr. Meeke were always together, playing duets as if they had their living to get by it. A more harmless connection than the connection between those two never existed in this world, and yet, innocent as it was, it turned out to be the first cause of all the misfortunes that afterward happened. My master's treatment of Mr. Meeke was, from the first, the very opposite of my mistresses. The restless, rackety, bounceable Mr. James Smith felt a contempt for the weak, womanish, fiddling little parson, and, what was more, did not care to conceal it. For this reason, Mr. Meeke, who was dreadfully frightened by my master's violent language and rough ways, very seldom visited at the Hall except when my mistress was alone there, meaning no wrong, and therefore stooping to no concealment. She never thought of taking any measures to keep Mr. Meeke out of the way when he happened to be with her at the time of her husband's coming home, whether it was only from a riding excursion in the neighborhood or from a cruise in the schooner. In this way it so turned out that whenever my master came home after a long or short absence, in 9 cases out of 10 he found the parson at the Hall. At first he used to laugh at this circumstance, and amuse himself with some coarse jokes at the expense of his wife and her companion. But after a while his variable temper changed, as usual. He grew sulky, rude, angry, and at last downright jealous of Mr. Meeke. Though too proud to confess it in so many words, he still showed the state of his mind clearly enough to my mistress to excite her indignation. She was a woman who could be led anywhere by any one for whom she had a regard, but there was a firm spirit within her that rose at the slightest show of injustice or oppression, and that resented tyrannical usage of any sort, perhaps a little too warmly. The bare suspicion that her husband could feel any distrust of her set her all in a flame, and she took the most unfortunate and yet at the same time the most natural way for a woman of resenting it. The ruder her husband was to Mr. Meeke, the more kindly she behaved to him. This led to serious disputes and dissensions, and thence in time to a violent quarrel. I could not avoid hearing the last part of the altercation between them, for it took place in the garden walk outside the dining-room window, while I was occupied in laying the table for lunch. Without repeating their words, which I have no right to do, having heard by accident what I had no business to hear, I may say generally, to show how serious the quarrel was, that my mistress charged my master with having married from mercenary motives, and with keeping out of her company as much as he could, and with insulting her by a suspicion which it would be hard ever to forgive, and impossible ever to forget. He replied by violent language directed against herself, and by commanding her never to open the doors again to Mr. Meeke, she, on her side, declaring that she would never consent to insult a clergyman and a gentleman in order to satisfy the whim of a tyrannical husband. Upon that he called out with a great oath to have his horse saddled directly, declaring that he would not stop another instant under the same roof. with a woman who had set him at defiance, and warning his wife that he would come back if Mr. Meeke entered the house again, and horsewhip him, in spite of his black coat, all through the village. With those words he left her, and rowed away to the seaport where his yacht was lying. My mistress kept up her spirit till he was out of sight, and then burst into a dreadful, screaming passion of tears, which ended by leaving her so weak that she had to be carried to her bed like a woman who was at the point of death. The same evening my master's horse was ridden back by a messenger who brought a scrap of note-paper with him, addressed to me. It contained these lines: "Pack up my clothes and deliver them immediately to the bearer. You may tell your mistress that I sail to-night at 11 o'clock for a cruise to Sweden. Forward my letters to the post office, Stockholm." I obeyed the orders given to me, except that relating to my mistress. The doctor had been sent for, and was still in the house. I consulted him on the propriety of my delivering the message. He positively forbade me to do so that night, and told me to give him the slip of paper, and to leave it to his discretion to show it to her or not the next morning. The messenger had hardly been gone an hour when Mr. Meeke's housekeeper came to the hall with a roll of music for my mistress. I told the woman of my master's sudden departure, and of the doctor being in the house. This news brought Mr. Meeke himself to the hall in a great flutter. I felt so angry with him for being the cause, innocent as he might be, of the shocking scene which had taken place, that I exceeded the bounds of my duty, and I told him the whole truth. The poor, weak, wavering, childish creature flushed up red in the face, then turned as pale as ashes, and dropped into one of the hall chairs, crying, literally crying, fit to break his heart. "Oh, William," says he, wringing his little frail, trembling white hands as helpless as a baby. "Oh, William, what am I to do?" "As you ask me that question, sir," says I, "you will excuse me, I hope, if, being a servant, I plainly speak my mind notwithstanding. I know my station well enough to be aware that, strictly speaking, I have done wrong, and far exceeded my duty in telling you as much as I have told you already. But I would go through fire and water, sir," says I, feeling my own eyes getting moist, "for my mistress's sake. She has no relation here who can speak to you, and it is even better that a servant like me should risk being guilty of an impertinence than that dreadful and lasting mischief should arise from the right remedy not being applied at the right time. This is what I should do, sir, in your place. Saving your presence, I should leave off crying, and go back home and write to Mr. James Smith, saying that I would not, as a clergyman, give him railing for railing, but would prove how unworthily he had suspected me by ceasing to visit him at the Hall from this time forth, rather than being a cause of dissension between man and wife. If you will put that into proper language, sir, and will have the letter ready for me in half an hour's time, I will call for it on the fastest horse in our stables, and at my own risk will give it to the master before the sales tonight. I have nothing more to say, sir, except to ask your pardon for forgetting my proper place, and for making bold to speak on a very serious matter as equal to equal, and as man to man. To do Mr. Meek justice, he had a heart, though it was a very small one. He shook hands with me, and he said he accepted my advice as the advice of a friend, and so went back to his parsonage to write the letter. In half an hour I called for it on horseback, but it was not ready for me. Mr. Meek was ridiculously nice about how he thought he should express himself when he got a pen into his hand. I found him with his desk littered with rough copies, in a perfect agony about how to turn his phrases delicately enough in referring to my mistress. Every minute being precious, I hurried him as much as I could, without standing on any ceremony. It took him half an hour more, with all my efforts, before he could make up his mind that the letter would do. I started off with it at a gallop, and never drew rein till I got to the seaport town. The harbor clock chimed the 11:15 as I rode by it, and when I got down to the jetty, there was no yacht to be seen. She had been cast off from her moorings 10 minutes before 11, and as the clock struck, she had sailed out of the harbor. I would have followed in a boat, but it was a fine starlight night, with a fresh wind blowing, and the sailors on the pier laughed at me when I spoke of rowing after a schooner yacht which had got a quarter of an hour's start to us, with the wind abeam and the tide in her favor. I rode back with a heavy heart. All I could do now was to send the letter to the post office, Stockholm. The next day the doctor showed my mistress the scrap of paper with a message on it from my master, and an hour or two after that a letter was sent to her in Mr. Meek's handwriting, explaining the reason why she must not expect to see him at the Hall, and referring to me in terms of high praise as a sensible and faithful man who had spoken the right word at the right time. I am able to repeat the substance of the letter because I heard all about it from my mistress under very unpleasant circumstances, so far as I was concerned. The news of my master's departure did not affect her as the doctor had supposed it would. Instead of distressing her, it roused her spirit and made her angry, her pride, as I imagine, being wounded by the contemptuous manner in which her husband had notified his intention of sailing to Sweden at the end of a message to a servant about packing his clothes. Finding her in that temper of mind, the letter from Mr. Meek only irritated her the more. She insisted on getting up, and as soon as she was dressed and downstairs, she vented her violent humor on me, reproaching me for impertinent interference in the affairs of my betters, and declaring that she had almost made up her mind to turn me out of my place for it. I did not defend myself, because I respected her sorrows and the irritation that came from them. Also, because I knew the natural kindness of her nature well enough to be assured that she would make amends to me for her harshness the moment her mind was composed again. The result showed that I was right. That same evening she sent for me and begged me to forgive and forget the hasty words she had spoken in the morning with a grace and sweetness that would have won the heart of any man who listened to her. Weeks passed after this, till it was more than a month since the day of my master's departure, and no letter in his handwriting came to Darrock Hall. My mistress, taking this treatment more angrily than sorrowfully, went to London to consult her nearest relations who lived there. On leaving home, she stopped the carriage at the parsonage and went in, as I thought rather defiantly, to say good-bye to Mr. Meeke. She had answered his letter and received others from him, and had answered them likewise. She had also, of course, seen him every Sunday at church, and had always stopped to speak to him after the service. But this was the first occasion on which she had visited him at his house. As the carriage stopped, the little parson came out in great hurry and agitation to meet her at the garden gate. "Don't look alarmed, Mr. Meeke," says my mistress, getting out. "Though you have engaged not to come near the Hall, I have made no promise to keep away from the parsonage." With those words she went into the house. The quadroon maid, Josephine, was sitting with me in the rumble of the carriage, and I saw a smile on her tawny face as the parson and his visitor went into the house together. Harmless as Mr. Meeke was, and innocent of all wrong as I knew my mistress to be, I regretted that she should be so rash as to despise appearances, considering the situation she was placed in. She had already exposed herself to be thought of disrespectfully by her own maid, and it was hard to say what worse consequences might not happen after that. Half an hour later we were away on our journey. My mistress stayed in London 2 months. Throughout all that long time no letter from my master was forwarded to her from the country house. End of section 30.
Section 31 of the Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sarah Shahira, Kuala Lumpur. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Section 31. Brother Griffith's Story of a Plot in Private Life. Chapter 2. When the 2 months had passed, we returned to Darrock Hall. Nobody there had received any news in our absence of the whereabouts of my master and his yacht. 6 more weary weeks elapsed, and in that time but one event happened at the Hall to vary the dismal monotony of the lives we now led in the solitary place. One morning Josephine came down after dressing my mistress, with her face downright livid to look at, except on one cheek, where there was a mark as red as burning fire. I was in the kitchen at the time, and I asked what was the matter. "The matter," says she, in her shrill voice and her half-foreign English. "Use your own eyes, if you please, and look at this cheek of mine. What, have you lived so long a time with your mistress, and don't you know the mark of her hand yet?" I was at loss to understand what she meant, but she soon explained herself. My mistress, whose temper had sadly altered for the worse by the trials and humiliations she had gone through, had got up that morning more out of humour than usual, and in answer to her maid's inquiry as to how she had passed the night, had begun talking about her weary, miserable life in an unusually fretful and desperate way. Josephine, in trying to cheer her spirits, had ventured, most improperly, on making a light, jesting reference to Mr. Meeke, which had so enraged my mistress that she turned round sharp on the half-breed, and gave her, to use the common phrase, a smart box on the ear. Josephine confessed that the moment after she had done this, her better sense appeared to her that she had taken a most improper way to resenting undue familiarity. She had immediately expressed her regret for having forgotten herself, and had proved the sincerity of it by a gift of half a dozen cambric handkerchiefs, presented as a peace offering on the spot. After that I thought it impossible that Josephine could bear any malice against a mistress whom she had served ever since she had been a girl, and I said as much to her when she had done telling me what had happened upstairs. "Aye, malice!" cries Miss Josephine, in her sharp, snappish way. "And why and wherefore, if you please? If my mistress smacks my cheek with one hand, she gives me handkerchiefs to wipe it with the other. My good mistress, my kind mistress, my pretty mistress. I, the servant, bear malice against her, the mistress. Ah, you bad man, even to think of such a thing! Ah, fie, fie, I am quite ashamed of you." She gave me one look, the wickedest look I ever saw, and burst out laughing, the harshest laugh I ever heard from a woman's lips. Turning away from me directly after, she said no more, and never referred to the subject again on any subsequent occasion. From that time, however, I noticed an alteration in Miss Josephine, not in her way of doing her work, for she was just as sharp and careful about it as ever, but in her manners and habits. She grew amazingly quiet, and passed almost all her leisure time alone. I could bring no charge against her which authorized me to speak a word of warning, but for all that, I could not help feeling that if I had been in my mistress' place, I would have followed up the present of the cambric handkerchiefs by paying her a month's wages in advance, and sending her away from the house in the same evening. With the exception of this little domestic matter, which appeared trifling enough at the time, but which led to very serious consequences afterward, nothing happened at all out of the ordinary way during the 6 weary weeks to which I have referred. At the beginning of the 7th week, however, an event occurred at last. One morning the postman brought a letter to the hall addressed to my mistress. I took it upstairs, and looked at the direction as I put it on the salver. The handwriting was not my master's, was not, as it appeared to me, the handwriting of any well-educated person. The outside of the letter was also very dirty, and the seal a common office seal of the usual lattice-work pattern. This must be a begging letter, I thought to myself as I entered the breakfast-room and advanced with it to my mistress. She held up her hand before she opened it, as a sign to me that she had some order to give, and that I was not to leave the room till I had received it. Then she broke the seal and began to read the letter. Her eyes had hardly been on it a moment before her face turned as pale as death, and the paper began to tremble in her fingers. She read it on to the end, and suddenly turned from pale to scarlet, started out of her chair and crumpled the paper up violently in her hand, and took several turns backwards and forward in the room, without seeming to notice me as I stood by the door. "You villain! You villain! You villain!" I heard her whisper to herself many times over, in a quick, hissing, fierce way. Then she stopped, and said on a sudden, "Can it be true?" Then she looked up, and seeing me standing at the door, started as if I had been a stranger, changed colour again, and told me in a stifled voice to leave her, and come back again in half an hour. I obeyed, feeling certain that she must have received some very bad news of her husband, and wondering, anxiously enough, what it might be. When I returned to the breakfast room, her face was as much discomposed as ever. Without speaking a word, she handed me 2 sealed letters, one a note to be left for Mr. Meeke at the parsonage, the other a letter marked immediate, and addressed to her solicitor in London, who was also, I should add, her nearest living relative. I left one of these letters and posted the other. When I came back, I heard that my mistress had taken to her room. She remained there for 4 days, keeping her new sorrow, whatever it was, strictly to herself. On the 5th day the lawyer from London arrived at the Hall. My mistress went down to him in the library, and was shut up there with him for nearly 2 hours. At the end of that time the bell rang for me. "Sit down, William," said my mistress, when I came into the room. "I feel such entire confidence in your fidelity and attachment that I am about, with the full concurrence of this gentleman, who is my nearest relative and my legal adviser, to place a very serious secret in your keeping, and to employ your service on a matter which is as important to me as a matter of life and death." Her poor eyes were very red, and her lips quivered as she spoke to me. I was so startled by what she had said that I hardly knew which chair to sit in. She pointed to one placed near herself at the table, and seemed about to speak to me again, when the lawyer interfered. "Let me entreat you," he said, "not to agitate yourself unnecessarily. I will put this person in possession of the facts, and, if I omit anything, you shall stop me and set me right." My mistress leaned back in her chair and covered her face with her handkerchief. The lawyer waited a moment, and then addressed himself to me. "You are already aware," he said, "of the circumstances under which your master left this house, and you also know, I have no doubt, that no direct news of him has reached your mistress up to this time?" I bowed to him, and said I knew of the circumstances so far. "Do you remember," he went on, "taking a letter to your mistress 5 days ago?" "Yes, sir," I replied, "a letter which seemed to distress and alarm her very seriously." "I will read you that letter before we say any more," continued the lawyer. "I warn you beforehand that it contains a terrible charge against your master, which, however, is not attested by the writer's signature. I have already told your mistress that she must not attach too much importance to an anonymous letter, and I now tell you the same thing." Saying that, he took up the letter from the table and read it out loud. I had a copy of it given to me afterward, which I look at often enough to fix the contents of the letter in my memory. I can now repeat them, I think, word for word. "Madam, I cannot reconcile it to my conscience to leave you in total ignorance of your husband's atrocious conduct toward you. If you have ever been disposed to regret his absence, do so no longer. Hope and pray rather that you and he may never meet face to face again in this world. I write in great haste and in great fear of being observed. Time fails me to prepare you as you ought to be prepared for what I have now to disclose. I must tell you plainly, with much respect for you and sorrow for your misfortune, that your husband has married another wife. I saw the ceremony performed, unknown to him. If I could not have spoken of this infamous act as an eyewitness, I would not have spoken it at all. I dare not acknowledge who I am, for I believe Mr. James Smith would stick at no crime to revenge himself on me if he ever came to a knowledge of the step I am now taking, and of the means by which I got my information. Neither have I time to enter any particulars. I simply warn you of what has happened, and leave you to act on that warning as you please. You may disbelieve this letter, because it is not signed by any name. In that case, if Mr. James Smith should ever venture in your presence, I recommend you to ask him immediately what he has done with his new wife, and to see if his countenance does not immediately testify that the truth has been spoken by your unknown friend. Poor as my opinion was of my master, I had never believed him to be capable of such villainy as this, and I could not believe it when the lawyer had done reading the letter. "Oh, sir," I said, "surely that is some base imposition. Surely it cannot be true." "That is what I told your mistress," he answered, "but she says in return—" "That I feel it to be true," my mistress broke in, speaking behind the handkerchief in a faint, smothered voice. "We need not to debate this question," the lawyer went on. "Our business now is to prove the truth or falsehood of this letter. That must be done at once. I have written to one of my clerks, who is accustomed to conducting delicate investigations, to come to this house without any loss of time. He is to be trusted with anything, and he will pursue the needful inquiries immediately. It is absolutely necessary to make sure of committing no mistake that he should be accompanied by someone who is well acquainted with Mr. James Smith's habits and personal appearances, and your mistress has fixed upon you to be that person. However well the inquiry is managed, it may be attended by much trouble, and delay may necessitate a long journey and may involve some personal danger. Are you," said the lawyer, looking hard at me, "ready to suffer any inconvenience and to run any risk for your mistress' sake?" "There is nothing I can do, sir," said I, "that I will not do. I am afraid I am not clever enough to be of much use, but, so far as trouble and risk are concerned, I am ready for anything from this moment." My mistress took the handkerchief from her face and looked at me with her eyes full of tears, and held out her hand. How I came to do it I don't know, but I stooped down and kissed the hand she offered me, feeling half startled, half ashamed of my own boldness at the moment after. "You will do, my man," said the lawyer, nodding his head. "Don't trouble yourself about the cleverness and the cunning that may be wanted. My clerk has got head enough for two. I have only one word more to say before you go downstairs again. Remember that this investigation and the course that leads to it must be kept a profound secret. Except us three and the clergyman here, to whom your mistress had written word of what has happened, nobody knows anything about it. I will let my clerk into the secret when he joins us. As soon as you and he are away from this house, you may talk about it. Until then, you will close your lips on the subject." The clerk did not keep us long waiting. He came as fast as the mail from London could bring him. I had expected, from his master's description, to see a serious, sedate man, rather sly in his looks, and rather reserved in his manner. To my amazement, this practised hand at delicate investigation was a brisk, plump, jolly little man, with a comfortable double chin, a pair of very bright black eyes, and a big bottle nose of the true groggy red colour. He wore a suit of black, and a limp, dingy white cravat, took snuff perpetually out of a very large box, walked with his hand crossed behind his back, and looked upon the whole much more like a parson of free and easy habits than a lawyer's clerk. "How d'ye do?" says he when I opened the door to him. "I'm the man you expect from the office in London. Just say Mr. Dark, will you? I'll sit down here till you come back, and, young man, if there is such a thing as a glass of ale in the house, I don't mind committing myself so far as to say that I'll drink it. I got him the ale before I announced him. He winked at me as he put it to his lips. "Your good health," says he. "I like you. Don't forget the name's Doc. And just leave the jug and glass, will you, in case my master keeps me waiting." I announced him at once, and was told to show him to the library. When I got back to the hall the jug was empty, and Mr. Dark was comforting himself with a pinch of snuff, snorting over it like a perfect grampus. He had swallowed more than a pint of the strongest old ale in the house, and, for all the effect it seemed to have had on him, he might just as well have been drinking so much water. As I led him along the passage to the library, Josephine passed us. Mr. Dark winked at me again, and made her a low bow. "Lady's maid," I heard him whisper to himself. "A fine woman to look at, but a damn bad one to deal with." I turned round on him, rather angry at his cold ways, and looked hard at him just before I opened the library door. Mr. Dark looked hard at me. "All right," says he, "I can show myself in." And he knocks at the door, and opens it, and goes in with another wicked wink, all in a moment. Half an hour later the bell rang for me. Mr. Dark was sitting between my mistress, who was looking at him in amazement, and the lawyer, who was looking at him with approval. He had a map open on his knee, and a pen in his hand. Judging by his face, the communication of the secret about my master did not seem to have made the smallest impression on him. "I've got leave to ask you a question," says he, the moment I appeared. "When you found your master's yacht gone, did you hear which way she had sailed? Was it northward towards Scotland? Speak up, young man, speak up." "Yes," I answered. "The boatman told me that when I made inquiries at the harbour." "Well, sir," says Mr. Dark, turning to the lawyer, "if he said he was going to Sweden, he seems to have started on the road to it. At all events, I think I have got my instructions now." The lawyer nodded, and looked at my mistress, who bowed her head to him. He then said, turning to me, "Pack up your bag for travelling at once, and have a conveyance got ready to go to the nearest post town. Look sharp, young man, look sharp." "And whatever happens in the future," added my mistress, her kind voice trembling a little, "believe, William, that I shall never forget the proof you now show of your devotion to me. It is still some comfort to know that I have your fidelity to depend on in this dreadful trial, your fidelity and the extraordinary intelligence and experience of Mr. Dark." Mr. Dark did not seem to hear the compliment. He was busy writing, with his paper upon the map on his knee. A quarter of an hour later, when I had ordered the dog cart, and had got down into the hall with my bag packed, I found him there waiting for me. He was sitting in the same chair which he had occupied when he first arrived, and he had another jug of the old ale on the table by his side. "Got any fishing rods in the house?" says he, when I put my bag down in the hall. "Yes," I replied, astonished at the question. "What do you want with them?" "Pack a couple in cases for travelling," says Mr. Dark, "with lines and hooks and fly books all complete. Have a drop of the ale before you go, and don't stare, William, don't stare. I'll let the light in on you as soon as we are out of the house. Off with you on the rods. I want to be on the road in 5 minutes." When I came back with the rods and tackle, I found Mr. Dark in the dog cart. "Money, luggage, fishing rods, papers for direction, copy of an anonymous letter, guide-book, map," says he, running over his mind with the things wanted for the journey. "All right so far. Drive off." I took the reins and started the horse. As we left the house, I saw my mistress and Josephine looking after us from 2 of the windows on the second floor. The memory of those 2 attentive faces, one so fair and so good, the other so yellow and so wicked, haunted my mind perpetually for many days afterward. "Now, William," says Mr. Dark, when we were clear of the lodger's gates, "I'm going to begin by telling you that you must step out of your character till further notice. You are a clerk in a bank, and I'm another. we have got our regular holiday that comes like Christmas once a year, and we are taking a little tour in Scotland to see the curiosities and to breathe the sea air and to get some fishing whenever we can. I'm the fat cashier who digs holes in a drawer full of gold with a copper shovel, and you're the arithmetical young man who sits on a perch behind me and keeps the book. Scotland's a beautiful country, William. Can you make a whisky toddy? I can. And what's more, unlikely as the things may seem to you, I can actually drink it into the bargain. Scotland, says I. What are we going to Scotland for? Question for question, says Mr. Dark. What are we starting on a journey for? To find my true master, I answered, and to make sure if the letter about him is true. Very good, says he. How would you set about doing that, eh? I should go and ask about him at Stockholm in Sweden, where he said his letters were to be sent. Should you indeed, says Mr. Dark. If you were a shepherd, William, and had lost a sheep in Cumberland, would you begin looking for it at the Land's End, or would you try a little nearer home? You're attempting to make a fool of me now, says I. No, says Mr. Dark. I'm only letting the light in on you, as I said I would. Now listen to reason, William, and profit by it as much as you can. Mr. James Smith says he is going on a cruise to Sweden, and makes his word good at the beginning by starting northward toward the coast of Scotland. What does he go in? A yacht? Do yachts carry live beasts and a butcher on board? No. Will joints of meat keep fresh all the way from Cumberland to Sweden? No. Do gentlemen like living on salt provisions? No. What follows from these three no's? That Mr. James Smith must have stopped somewhere on the way to Sweden to supply his sea larder with fresh provisions. Where, in that case, must he stop? Somewhere in Scotland. Supposing he didn't alter his course when he was out of sight of your seaport. Where in Scotland? Northward on the mainland, or westward at one of the islands? Most likely on the mainland, where the seaside places are largest, and where he is sure of getting all the stores he wants. Next, what is our business? Not to risk losing a link in the chain of evidence by missing any place where he has put his foot on shore. Not to overshoot the mark where we want to hit it in the bull's eye. Not to waste money and time by taking a long trip to Sweden till we know that we must absolutely go there. Where is our journey of discovery to take us first, then? Clearly to the north of Scotland. What do you say to that, Mr. William? Is my catechism all correct, or has your strong ale muddled my head? It was evident by this time that no ale could do that, and I told him so. He chuckled, winked at me, and take another pinch of snuff. Said he would now turn the whole case over in his mind again, and make sure that he got all the bearings of it quite clear. By the time we reached the post town he had accomplished this mental effort to make his own perfect satisfaction, and was quite ready to compare the ale at the inn with the ale at Darrock Hall. The dog cart was left to be taken back to the next morning by the holster. A post-chaise and horses were ordered out. A loaf of bread, a Bologna sausage, and 2 bottles of sherry were put into the pockets of the carriage. We took our seats and started briskly on our doubtful journey. One word of friendly advice, says Mr. Dark, settling himself comfortably in his corner.
Section 32 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abigail W., Buenos Aires. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Brother Griffith's Story of a Plot in Private Life. Chapter 3. Although the events that I am now relating happened many years ago, I shall still, for caution's sake, avoid mentioning by name the various places visited by Mr. Dark and myself for the purpose of making inquiries. It will be enough if I describe generally what we did and if I mention in substance, only the result at which we ultimately arrived. On reaching Glasgow, Mr. Dark turned the whole case over in his mind once more. The result was that he altered his original intention of going straight to the north of Scotland, considering it safer to make sure, if possible, of the course the yacht had taken in her cruise along the western coast. The carrying out of this new resolution involved the necessity of delaying our onward journey by perpetually diverging from the direct road. 3 times we were sent uselessly to wild places in the Hebrides by false reports. Twice we wandered away inland, following gentlemen who answered generally to the description of Mr. James Smith, but who turned out to be the wrong men as soon as we set eyes on them. These vain excursions, especially the 3 to the Western Islands, consumed time terribly. It was more than 2 months from the day when we had left Darrock Hall before we found ourselves up at the very top of Scotland at last, driving into a considerable seaside town, with a harbour attached to it. Thus far our journey had led to no results, and I began to despair of success. As for Mr. Dark, he never got to the end of his sweet temper and his wonderful patience. "You don't know how to wait, William," was his constant remark whenever he heard me complaining. "I do." We drove into the town toward evening in a modest little gig, and put up, according to our usual custom, at one of the inferior inns. "We must begin at the bottom," Mr. Dark used to say. "High company in a coffee-room won't be familiar with us. Low company in a tap-room will." And he certainly proved the truth of his own words. The like of him for making intimate friends of total strangers at the shortest notice I have never met with before or since. Cautious as the Scotch are, Mr. Dark seemed to have the knack of twisting them round his finger as he pleased. He varied his way artfully with different men, but there were 3 standing opinions of his which he made a point of expressing in all varieties of company while we were in Scotland. In the first place, he thought the view of Edinburgh from Arthur's Seat the finest in the world. In the second place, he considered whisky to be the most wholesome spirit in the world. In the third place, he believed his late beloved mother to be the best woman in the world. It may be worthy of note that, whenever he expressed this last opinion in Scotland, he invariably added that her maiden name was MacLeod. Well, we put up at a modest little inn near the harbour. I was dead tired with the journey, and lay down on my bed to get some rest. Mr. Dark, whom nothing ever fatigued, left me to take his toddy and pipe among the company in the tap-room. I don't know how long I had been asleep when I was roused by a shake on my shoulder. The room was pitch dark, and I felt a hand suddenly clapped over my mouth. Then a strong smell of whisky and tobacco saluted my nostrils, and a whisper stole into my ear. "William, we have got to the end of our journey." "Mr. Dark," I stammered out, "is that you? What in heaven's name do you mean?" "The yacht put in here," was the answer, still in a whisper, "and your blackguard of a master came ashore." "Oh, Mr. Dark," I broke in, "don't tell me that the letter is true." "Every word of it," says he. "He was married here, and was off again to the Mediterranean with number 2 a good 3 weeks before we left your mistress's house." "Hush! Don't say a word. Go to sleep again, or strike a light if you like it better. Do anything but come downstairs with me. I'm going to find out all the particulars without seeming to want to know one of them. Yours is a very good-looking face, William, but it's so infernally honest that I can't trust it in the tap-room. I'm making friends with the Scotchmen already. They know my opinion of Arthur's Seat. They see what I think of whisky, and I rather think it won't be long before they hear that my mother's name was MacLeod." With those words he slipped out of the room and left me as he had found me, in the dark. I was far too much agitated by what I had heard to think of going to sleep again, so I struck a light and tried to amuse myself as well as I could with an old newspaper that had been stuffed into my carpet-bag. It was then nearly 10 o'clock. 2 hours later, when the house shut up, Mr. Dark came back to me again in high spirits. "I have got the whole case here," says he, tapping his forehead. "The whole case, as neat and clean as if it was drawn in a brief. That master of yours doesn't stick at a trifle, William. It's my opinion that your mistress and you have not seen the last of him yet." We were sleeping that night in a double-bedded room. As soon as Mr. Dark had secured the door and disposed himself comfortably in his bed, he entered on a detailed narrative of the particulars communicated to him in the tap-room. The substance of what he told me may be related as follows. The yacht had had a wonderful run all the way to Cape Wrath. On rounding that headland, she had met the wind nearly dead against her, and had beaten every inch of the way to the seaport town, where she had put in to get a supply of provisions and wait for a change in the wind. Mr. James Smith had gone ashore to look about him and to see whether the principal hotel was the sort of house at which he would like to stop for a few days. In the course of his wandering about the town, his attention had been attracted to a decent house, where lodgings were to be let, by the sight of a very pretty girl sitting at work in the parlour window. He was so struck by her face that he came back twice to look at it, determining the second time to try if he could not make acquaintance with her by asking to see the lodgings. He was shown the rooms by the girl's mother, a very respectable woman, whom he discovered to be the wife of the master and part owner of a small coasting vessel, then away at sea. With a little manoeuvring he managed to get into the parlour where the daughter was at work, and to exchange a few words with her. Her voice and manner completed the attraction of her face. Mr. James Smith decided, in his headlong way, that he was violently in love with her, and without hesitating another instant, he took the lodgings on the spot for a month certain. It is unnecessary to say that his designs on the girl were of the most disgraceful kind, and that he represented himself to the mother and daughter as a single man. Helped by his advantages of money, position, and personal appearance, he had made sure that the ruin of the girl might be effected with very little difficulty. But he soon found that he had undertaken no easy conquest. The mother's watchfulness never slept, and the daughter's presence of mind never failed her. She admired Mr. James Smith's tall figure and splendid whiskers. She showed the most encouraging partiality for his society. She smiled at his compliments and blushed whenever he looked at her, but whether it was cunning or whether it was innocence, she seemed incapable of understanding that his advances toward her were of any other than an honourable kind. At the slightest approach to undue familiarity, she drew back with a kind of contemptuous surprise in her face, which utterly perplexed Mr. James Smith. He had not calculated on that sort of resistance, and he could not see his way to overcoming it. The weeks passed. The month for which he had taken the lodgings expired. Time had strengthened the girl's hold on him, till his admiration for her amounted to downright infatuation, and he had not advanced one step yet towards the fulfilment of the vicious purpose with which he had entered the house. At this time he must have made some fresh attempt on the girl's virtue, which produced a coolness between them, for instead of taking the lodgings for another term, he removed to his yacht in the harbour and slept on board for 2 nights. The wind was now fair, and the stores were on board, but he gave no orders to the sailing-master to weigh anchor. On the 3rd day, the cause of the coolness, whatever it was, appears to have been removed, and he returned to his lodgings on shore. Some of the more inquisitive among the townspeople observed soon afterward, when they met him in the street, that he looked rather anxious and uneasy. The conclusion had probably forced itself upon his mind by this time that he must decide on pursuing one of 2 courses. Either he must resolve to make the sacrifice of leaving the girl altogether, or he must commit the villainy of marrying her. Scoundrel as he was, he hesitated at encountering the risk, perhaps also at being guilty of the crime involved in this last alternative. While he was still in doubt, the father's coasting vessel sailed into the harbour, and the father's presence on the scene decided him at last. How this new influence acted it was impossible to find out from the imperfect evidence of persons who were not admitted to the family councils. The fact, however, was certain, that the date of the father's return and the date of Mr. James Smith's first wicked resolution to marry the girl might both be fixed, as nearly as possible, at one at the same time. Having once made up his mind to the commission of the crime, he proceeded with all possible coolness and cunning to provide against the chances of detection. Returning on board his yacht, he announced that he had given up his intention of cruising to Sweden, and that he intended to amuse himself by a long fishing tour in Scotland. After this explanation, he ordered the vessel to be laid up in the harbour, gave the sailing master leave of absence to return to his family at Cowes, and paid off the whole of the crew from the mate to the cabin boy. By these means he cleared the scene, at one blow, of the only people in the town who knew of the existence of his unhappy wife. After that, the news of his approaching marriage might be made public without risk of discovery, his own common name being itself a sufficient protection, in case the event was mentioned in the Scotch newspapers. All his friends, even his wife herself, might read a report of the marriage of Mr. James Smith, without having the slightest suspicion of who the bridegroom really was. A fortnight after the paying off of the crew, he was married to the merchant captain's daughter. The father of the girl was well known among his fellow townsmen as a selfish, grasping man who was too anxious to secure a rich son-in-law to object to any proposals for hastening the marriage. He and his wife and a few intimate relations had been present at the ceremony, and after it had been performed, the newly married couple left the town at once for a honeymoon trip to the Highland Lakes. 2 days later, however, they unexpectedly returned, announcing a complete change in their plans. The bridegroom, thinking probably that he would be safer out of England than in it, had been pleasing the bride's fancy by his descriptions of the climate and the scenery of southern parts. The new Mrs. James Smith was all curiosity to see Spain and Italy, and having often proved herself an excellent sailor on board her father's vessel, was anxious to go to the Mediterranean in the easiest way by sea. Her affectionate husband, having now no other object in life than to gratify her wishes, had given up the Highland excursion, and had returned to have his yacht got ready for sea immediately. In this explanation there was nothing to awaken the suspicions of the lady's parents. The mother thought Mr. James Smith a model among bridegrooms. The father lent his assistance to man the yacht at the shortest notice, with as smart a crew as could be picked up about the town. Principally through his exertions, the vessel was got ready for sea with extraordinary dispatch. The sails were bent, the provisions were put on board, and Mr. James Smith sailed for the Mediterranean with the unfortunate woman who believed herself to be his wife, before Mr. Dark and myself set forth to look after him from Darrock Hall. Such was the true account of my master's infamous conduct in Scotland, as it was related to me. On concluding, Mr. Dark hinted that he had something still left to tell me, but declared that he was too sleepy to talk any more that night. As soon as we were awake the next morning, he returned to the subject. "I didn't finish all I had to say last night, did I?" he began. "You unfortunately told me enough, and more than enough, to prove the truth of the statement in the anonymous letter," I answered. "Yes," says Mr. Dark, "but did I tell you who wrote the anonymous letter?" "You don't mean to say you have found that out?" says I. "I think I have," was the cool answer. "When I heard about your precious master paying off the regular crew of the yacht, I put the circumstance by in my mind, to be brought out again and sifted a little as soon as the opportunity offered. It offered in about half an hour. Says I to the gauger, who was the principal talker in the room, 'How about those men that Mr. Smith paid off? Did they all go as soon as they got their money, or did they stop here till they'd spent every farthing of it in public houses?' The gauger laughed. 'No such luck,' says he, in the broadest possible Scotch, which I translate into English, William, for your benefit. 'No such luck. They all went south to spend their money among finer people than us. All, that is to say, with one exception. It was thought the steward of the yacht had gone along with the rest, when the very day Mr. Smith sailed for the Mediterranean, who should turn up unexpectedly but the steward himself. Where he had been hiding, and why he had been hiding, nobody could tell. Perhaps he had been imitating his master and looking out for a wife, says I. Likely enough, says the gauger. He gave a very confused account of himself, and he cut all questions short by going away south in a violent hurry. That was enough for me. I let the subject drop. Clear as daylight, isn't it, William? The steward suspected something wrong. The steward waited and watched. The steward wrote that anonymous letter to your mistress. We can find him if we want him by inquiring at Cowes, and we can send to the church for legal evidence of the marriage as soon as we are instructed to do so. All that we have got to do now is go back to your mistress and see what course she means to take under the circumstances. It's a pretty case, William, so far, an uncommonly pretty case as it stands at present. We returned to Darrock Hall as fast as coaches and post-horses could carry us. Having from the first believed that the statement in the anonymous letter was true, my mistress received the bad news we brought calmly and resignedly, so far at least as outward appearances went. She astonished and disappointed Mr. Dark by declining to act in any way on the information that he had collected for her, and by insisting that the whole affair should be buried in the profoundest secrecy. For the first time since I had known my travelling companion, he became depressed in spirits on hearing that nothing more was to be done, and, although he left the hall with a handsome present, he left it discontentedly. Such a pretty case, William, says he, quite sorrowfully, as we shook hands. Such an uncommonly pretty case. It's 1,000 pities to stop it in this way before it's half over. You don't know what a proud lady and what a delicate lady my mistress is, I answered. She would rather die than expose her forlorn situation in a public court for the sake of punishing her husband. Bless your simple heart, says Mr. Dark. Do you really think now that such a case as this can be hushed up? Why not, I asked, if we all keep the secret? That for the secret, cries Mr. Dark, snapping his fingers. Your master will let that cat out of the bag, if nobody else does. My master, I repeated in amazement. Yes, your master, said Mr. Dark. I have had some experience in my time, and I say you have not seen the last of him yet. Mark my words, William, Mr. James Smith will come back. With that prophecy, Mr. Dark fretfully treated himself to a last pinch of snuff, and departed in dudgeon on his journey back to his master in London. His last words hung heavily on my mind for days after he had gone. It was some weeks before I got over a habit of Section 33 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abigail W., Buenos Aires. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Brother Griffith's Story of a Plot in Private Life. Chapter 4. Our life at the Hall soon returned to its old dreary course. The lawyer in London wrote to my mistress to ask her to come and stay for a little while with his wife, but she declined the invitation, being averse to facing company after what had happened to her. Though she tried hard to keep the real state of her mind concealed from all about her, I, for one, could see plainly enough that she was pining under the bitter injury that had been inflicted on her. What effect continued solitude might have had on her spirits, I tremble to think. Fortunately for herself, it occurred to her before long to send and invite Mr. Meeke to resume his musical practising with her at the Hall. She told him, and, as it seemed to me, with perfect truth, that any implied engagement which he had made with Mr. James Smith was now cancelled. since the person so named had morally forfeited all his claims as a husband, first by his desertion of her, and secondly by his criminal marriage with another woman. After stating this view of the matter, she left it to Mr. Meeke to decide whether the perfectly innocent connection between them should be resumed or not. The little parson, after hesitating and pondering in his helpless way, ended by agreeing with my mistress, and by coming back once more to the hall with his fiddle under his arm. This renewal of their old habits might have been imprudent enough, as tending to weaken my mistress's case in the eyes of the world, but for all that it was the most sensible course she could take for her own sake. The harmless company of Mr. Meeke, and the relief of playing the old tunes again in the old way, saved her, I verily believe, from sinking altogether under the oppression of the shocking situation in which she was now placed. So, with the assistance of Mr. Meeke and his fiddle, my mistress got through the weary time. The winter passed, the spring came, and no fresh tidings reached us of Mr. James Smith. It had been a long hard winter that year, and the spring was backward and rainy. The first really fine day we had was the day that fell on the 14th of March. I am particular in mentioning this date merely because it is fixed forever in my memory. As long as there is life in me I shall remember that 14th of March, and the smallest circumstances connected with it. The day began ill, with what superstitious people would think a bad omen. My mistress remained late in her room in the morning, amusing herself by looking over her clothes, and by setting to rights some drawers in her cabinet that she had not opened for some time past. Just before luncheon we were startled by hearing the drawing-room bell rung violently. I ran up to see what was the matter, and the quadroon, Josephine, who had heard the bell in another part of the house, hastened to answer it also. She got into the drawing-room first, and I followed close on her heels. My mistress was standing alone on the hearth-rug, with an appearance of great discomposure in her face and manner. "I have been robbed," she said, vehemently. "I don't know when or how, but I miss a pair of bracelets, 3 rings, and a quantity of old-fashioned lace pocket-handkerchiefs." "If you have any suspicions, ma'am," said Josephine, in a sharp, sudden way, "say who they point at. My boxes, for one, are quite at your disposal." "Who asked about your boxes?" said my mistress angrily. "Be a little less ready with your answer, if you please, the next time I speak." She then turned to me and began explaining the circumstances under which she had discovered her loss. I suggested that the missing thing should be well searched for first, and then, if nothing came of that I should go for the constable and place the matter under his direction. My mistress agreed to this plan, and the search was undertaken immediately. It lasted till dinner-time and led to no results. I then proposed going for the constable, but my mistress said it was too late to do anything that day, and told me to wait at table as usual, and to go on my errand the first thing the next morning. Mr. Meeke was coming with some new music in the evening, and I suspect she was not willing to be disturbed at her favourite occupation by the arrival of the constable. When dinner was over the parson came, and the concert went on as usual through the evening. At 10 o'clock I took up the tray with the wine and soda-water and biscuits. Just as I was opening one of the bottles of soda-water, there was the sound of wheels on the drive outside, and a ring at the bell. I had unfastened the wires of the cork, and could not put the bottle down to run at once to the door. One of the female servants answered it. I heard a sort of half-scream, then the sound of a footstep that was familiar to me. My mistress turned round from the piano and looked me hard in the face. "William," she said, "do you know that step?" Before I could answer, the door was pushed open, and Mr. James Smith walked into the room. He had his hat on. His long hair flowed down under it over the collar of his coat. His bright black eyes, after resting an instant on my mistress, turned to Mr. Meeke. His heavy eyebrows met together, and one of his hands went up to one of his bushy black whiskers, and pulled at it angrily. "You here again," he said, advancing a few steps toward the little parson, who sat trembling all over, with his fiddle hugged up in his arms as if it had been a child. Seeing her villainous husband advance, my mistress moved too, so as to face him. He turned round on her at the first step she took, as quick as lightning. "You shameless woman," he said. "Can you look me in the face in the presence of that man?" He pointed, as he spoke, to Mr. Meeke. My mistress never shrank when he turned upon her. Not a sign of fear was in her face when they confronted each other. Not the faintest flush of anger came into her cheeks when he spoke. The sense of the insult and injury that he had inflicted on her, and the consciousness of knowing his guilty secret, gave her all her self-possession at that trying moment. "I ask you again," he repeated, finding that she did not answer him. "How dare you look me in the face in the presence of that man?" She raised her steady eyes to his hat, which he still kept upon his head. "Who has taught you to come into a room and speak to a lady with your hat on?" she asked, in quiet, contemptuous tones. "Is that a habit which is sanctioned by your new wife?" My eyes were on him as she said those last words. His complexion, naturally dark and swarthy, changed instantly to a livid yellow-white. His hand caught at the chair nearest to him, and he dropped into it heavily. "I don't understand you," he said, after a moment of silence, looking about the room unsteadily while he spoke. "You do," said my mistress. "Your tongue lies, but your face speaks the truth." He called back his courage and audacity by a desperate effort, and started up from the chair again with an oath. The instant before this happened I thought I heard the sound of a rustling dress in the passage outside, as if one of the women servants was stealing up to listen outside the door. I should have gone at once to see whether this was the case or not, but master stopped me just after he had risen from the chair. "Get the bed-maid in the Red Room, and light a fire there directly," he said, with his fiercest look, and in his roughest tones. "When I ring the bell, bring me a kettle of boiling water and a bottle of brandy. As for you," he continued, turning toward Mr. Meeke, who still sat pale and speechless with his fiddle hugged up in his arms, "leave the house, or you won't find your cloth any protection to you." At this insult the blood flew into my mistress's face. Before she could say anything, Mr. James Smith raised his voice loud enough to drown hers. "I won't hear another word from you," he cried out brutally. "You have been talking like a madwoman, and you look like a madwoman. You are out of your senses. As sure as you live, I'll have you examined by the doctor tomorrow. Why the devil do you stand there, you scoundrel?" he roared, wheeling round on his heel to me. "Why don't you obey my orders?" I looked at my mistress. If she had directed me to knock Mr. James Smith down, big as he was, I think at that moment I could have done it. "Do as he tells you, William," she said, squeezing one of her hands firmly over her bosom, as if she were trying to keep down the rising indignation in that way. "This is the last order of his giving that I shall ask you to obey." "Do you threaten me, you mad—" He finished the question by a word I shall not repeat. "I tell you," she answered, in clear, ringing, resolute tones, "that you have outraged me past all forgiveness and all endurance, and that you shall never insult me again as you have insulted me tonight." After saying these words, she fixed one steady look on him, then turned away and walked slowly to the door. A minute previously Mr. Meeke had summoned courage enough to get up and leave the room quietly. I noticed him walking demurely away, close to the wall, with his fiddle held under one tail of his long frock-coat, as if he were afraid that the savage passions of Mr. James Smith might be wreaked on that unoffending instrument. He got to the door before my mistress. As he softly pulled it open, I saw him start, and the rustling of the gown caught my ear again from the outside. My mistress followed him into the passage, turning, however, in the opposite direction to that taken by the little parson, in order to reach the staircase that led to her own room. I went out next, leaving Mr. James Smith alone. I overtook Mr. Meek in the hall and opened the door for him. "I beg your pardon, sir, but did you come upon anybody listening outside the music room when you left it just now?" "Yes, William," said Mr. Meek, in a faint voice. "I think it was Josephine, but I was so dreadfully agitated that I can't be quite certain about it." Had she surprised our secret? That was the question I asked myself as I went away to light a fire in the Red Room. Calling to mind the exact time at which I had first detected rustling outside the door, I came to the conclusion that she had only heard the last part of the quarrel between my mistress and her rascal of a husband. Those bold words about the new wife had been assuredly spoken before I heard Josephine stealing up to the door. As soon as the fire was alight and the bed made, I went back to the music room to announce that my orders had been obeyed. Mr. James Smith was walking up and down in a perturbed way, still keeping his hat on. He followed me to the Red Room without saying a word. 10 minutes later he rang for the kettle and the bottle of brandy. When I took them in, I found him unpacking a small carpet bag, which was the only luggage he had brought with him. He still kept silence, and did not appear to take any notice of me. I left him immediately without our having so much as exchanged a single word. So far as I could tell, the night passed quietly. The next morning I heard that my mistress was suffering so severely from a nervous attack that she was unable to rise from her bed. It was no surprise to me to be told that, knowing as I did what she had gone through the night before. About 9 o'clock I went with the hot water to the Red Room. After knocking twice, I tried the door, and finding it not locked, went in with the jug in my hand. I looked at the bed. I looked all around the room. Not a sign of Mr. James Smith was to be seen anywhere. Judging by appearances, the bed had certainly been occupied. Thrown across the counterpane lay the nightgown he had worn. I took it up and saw some spots on it. I looked at them a little closer. Section 34 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abigail W., Buenos Aires. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Brother Griffith's Story of a Plot in Private Life. Chapter 5. The first amazement and alarm produced by this discovery deprived me of my presence of mind. Without stopping to think what I ought to do first, I ran back to the servants' hall, calling out that something had happened to my master. All the household hurried directly into the Red Room, Josephine among the rest. I was first brought to my senses, as it were, by observing the strange expression of her countenance when she saw the bedgown and the empty room. All the other servants were bewildered and frightened. She alone, after giving a little start, recovered herself directly. A look of devilish satisfaction broke out on her face, and she left the room quickly and quietly, without exchanging a word with any of us. I saw this, and it aroused my suspicions. There is no need to mention what they were, for, as events soon showed, they were entirely wide of the mark. Having come to myself a little, I sent them all out of the room except the coachman. We two then examined the place. The Red Room was usually occupied by visitors. It was on the ground floor and looked out into the garden. We found the window shutters, which I had barred overnight, open, but the window itself was down. The fire had been out long enough for the grate to be quite cold. Half the bottle of brandy had been drunk. The carpet-bag was gone. There were no marks of violence or struggling anywhere about the bed or the room. We examined every corner carefully, but made no other discoveries than these. When I returned to the servants' hall, bad news of my mistress was awaiting me there. The unusual noise and confusion in the house had reached her ears, and she had been told what had happened without sufficient caution being exercised in preparing her to hear it. In her weak, nervous state, the shock of the intelligence had quite prostrated her. She had fallen into a swoon and had been brought back to her senses with the greatest difficulty. As to giving me or anybody else directions what to do under the embarrassing circumstances which had now occurred, she was totally incapable of the effort. I waited till the middle of the day in the hope that she might get strong enough to give her orders, but no message came from her. At last I resolved to send and ask her what she thought it best to do. Josephine was the proper person to go on this errand, but when I asked for Josephine, she was nowhere to be found. The housemaid, who had searched for her ineffectually, brought word that her bonnet and shawl were not hanging in their usual places. The parlour-maid, who had been in attendance in my mistress's room, came down while we were all aghast at this new disappearance. She could only tell us that Josephine had begged her to do lady's maid's duty that morning, as she was not well. Not well, and the first result of her illness appeared to be that she had left the house. I cautioned the servants on no account to mention this circumstance to my mistress, and then went upstairs myself to knock at her door. My object was to ask if I might count on her approval if I wrote in her name to the lawyer in London, and if I afterward went and gave information at what had occurred to the nearest justice of the peace. I might have sent to make this inquiry through one of the female servants, but by this time, though not naturally suspicious, I had got to distrust everybody in the house, whether they deserved it or not. So I asked the question myself, standing outside the door. My mistress thanked me in a faint voice, and begged me to do what I had proposed immediately. I went into my own bedroom and wrote to the lawyer, merely telling him that Mr. James Smith had appeared unexpectedly at the Hall, and that events had occurred in consequence which required his immediate presence. I made the letter up like a parcel and sent the coachman with it to catch the mail on its way through to London. The next thing was to go to the Justice of the Peace. The nearest lived about 5 miles off, and was well acquainted with my mistress. He was an old bachelor, and he kept house with his brother, who was a widower. The two were much respected and beloved in the county, being kind, unaffected gentlemen, who did a great deal of good among the poor. The justice was Mr. Robert Nicholson, and his brother, the widower, was Mr. Philip. I had got my hat on, and was asking the groom which horse I had better take, when an open carriage drove up to the house. It contained Mr. Philip Nicholson and 2 persons in plain clothes, not exactly servants, and not exactly gentlemen, as far as I could judge. Mr. Philip looked at me, when I touched my hat to him, in a very grave, downcast way, and asked for my mistress. I told him she was ill in bed. He shook his head at hearing that, and said he wished to speak to me in private. I showed him into the library. One of the men in plain clothes followed us, and sat in the hall. The other waited with the carriage. "I was just going out, sir," I said, as I set a chair for him, "to speak to Mr. Robert Nicholson about a very extraordinary circumstance." "I know what you refer to," said Mr. Philip, cutting me short rather abruptly, "and I must beg, for reasons which will presently appear, that you will make no statement of any sort to me until you have first heard what I have to say. I am here on a very serious and very shocking errand, which deeply concerns your mistress and you." His face suggested something worse than his words expressed. My heart began to beat fast, and I felt that I was turning pale. "Your master, Mr. James Smith," he went on, "came here unexpectedly yesterday evening, and slept in this house last night. Before he retired to rest, he and your mistress had high words together, which ended, I am sorry to hear, in a threat of a serious nature addressed by Mrs. James Smith to her husband. They slept in separate rooms. This morning you went into your master's room and saw no sign of him there. You only found his nightgown on the bed, spotted with blood." "Yes, sir," I said, in as steady a voice as I could command. "Quite true. I am not examining you," said Mr. Philip. "I am only making a certain statement, the truth of which you can admit or deny before my brother." "Before your brother, sir?" I repeated. "Am I suspected of anything wrong?" "There is a suspicion that Mr. James Smith has been murdered," was the answer I received to that question. My flesh began to creep all over from head to foot. "I am shocked, I am horrified to say," Mr. Philip went on, "that the suspicion affects your mistress in the first place, and you in the second." I shall not attempt to describe what I felt when he said that. No words of mine, no words of anybody's, could give an idea of it. What other men would have done in my situation, I don't know. I stood before Mr. Philip, staring straight at him, without speaking, without moving, almost without breathing. If he or any other man had struck me at that moment, I do not believe I should have felt the blow. "Both my brother and myself," said Mr. Philip, "have such unfeigned respect for your mistress, such sympathy for her under these frightful circumstances, and such an implicit belief in her capability of proving her innocence, that we are desirous of sparing her in this dreadful emergency as much as possible. For those reasons, I have undertaken to come here with the persons appointed to execute my brother's warrant." "Warrant, sir," I said, getting command of my voice as he pronounced that word. "A warrant against my mistress?" "Against her and against you," said Mr. Philip. "The suspicious circumstances have been sworn to by a competent witness, who has declared on oath that your mistress is guilty, and that you are an accomplice." "What witness, sir?" "Your mistress's quadroon maid, who came to my brother this morning, and who has made her deposition in due form." "And who is false as hell," I cried out passionately, "in every word she says against my mistress and against me." I will go further and say I believe she is false," said Mr. Philip, "but her perjury must be proved, and the necessary examination must take place. My carriage is going back to my brother's, and you will go in it, in charge of one of my men, who has the warrant to take you in custody. I shall remain here with the man who is waiting in the hall, and before any steps are taken to execute the other warrant, I shall send for the doctor to ascertain when your mistress can be removed." "Oh, my poor mistress," I said. "This will be the death of her, sir." "I will take care that the shock shall strike her as tenderly as possible," said Mr. Philip. "I am here for that express purpose. She has my deepest sympathy and respect, and shall have every help and alleviation that I can afford her." The hearing him say that, and the seeing how sincerely he meant what he said, was the first gleam of comfort in the dreadful affliction that had befallen us. I felt this. I felt a burning anger against the wretch who had done her best to ruin my mistress's fair name and mine, but in every other respect I was like a man who had been stunned, and whose faculties had not perfectly recovered from the shock. Mr. Philip was obliged to remind me that time was of importance, and that I had better give myself up immediately, on the merciful terms which his kindness offered to me. I acknowledged that, and wished him a good morning, but a mist seemed to come over my eyes as I turned round to go away, a mist that prevented me from finding my way to the door. Mr. Philip opened it for me, and said a friendly word or two which I could hardly hear. The man waiting outside took me to his companion in the carriage at the door, and I was driven away, a prisoner, for the first time in my life. On our way to the justice's, what little thinking faculty I had left in me was all occupied in the attempt to trace the motive for the inconceivable treachery and falsehood of which Josephine had been guilty. Her words, her looks, and her manner on that unfortunate day when my mistress so far forgot herself as to strike her, came back dimly to my memory, and led to the inference that part of the motive at least, of which I was in search, might be referred to what had happened on that occasion. But was this the only reason for her devilish vengeance against my mistress? And, even if it were so, what fancied injuries had I done her? Why should I be included in the false accusation? In the dazed state of my faculties at the time, I was quite incapable of seeking the answer to these questions. My mind was clouded all over, and I gave up the attempt to clear it in despair. I was brought before Mr. Robert Nicholson that day, and the fiend of a quadroon was examined in my presence. The first sight of her face, with its wicked self-possession, with its smooth, leering triumph, so sickened me that I turned my head away, and never looked at her a second time throughout the proceedings. The answers she gave amounted to a mere repetition of the deposition to which she had already sworn. I listened to her with the most breathless attention, and was thunderstruck at the inconceivable artfulness with which she had mixed up truth and falsehood in her charge against my mistress and me. This was, in substance, what she now stated in my presence. After describing the manner of Mr. James Smith's arrival at the Hall, the witness, Josephine Durand, confessed that she had been led to listen at the music-room door by hearing angry voices inside, and she then described, truly enough, the latter part of the altercation between husband and wife. Fearing, after this, that something serious might happen, she had kept watch in her room, which was on the same floor as her mistress's. She had heard her mistress's door open softly between 1 and 2 in the morning, had followed her mistress, who carried a small lamp, along the passage and down the stairs into the hall, had hidden herself in the porter's chair, had seen her mistress take a dagger in a green sheath from a collection of Eastern curiosities kept in the hall, had followed her again and seen her softly enter the Red Room, had heard the heavy breathing of Mr. James Smith, which gave token that he was asleep, had slipped into an empty room next door to the Red Room, and had waited there about a quarter of an hour, when her mistress came out again with the dagger in her hand, had followed her mistress again into the hall, where she had put the dagger back into its place, had seen her mistress turn into a side passage that led to my room, had heard her knock at my door, had heard me answer and open it, had hidden again in the porter's chair, had, after a while, seen me and my mistress pass together into the passage that led to the Red Room, had watched us both into the Red Room, and had then, through fear of being discovered and murdered herself if she risked detection any longer, stolen back to her own room for the rest of the night. After deposing on oath to the truth of these atrocious falsehoods, and declaring in conclusion that Mr. James Smith had been murdered by my mistress, and that I was an accomplice, the quadroon had further asserted, in order to show a motive for the crime, that Mr. Meeke was my mistress's lover, that he had been forbidden the house by her husband, and that he was found in the house and alone with her on the evening of Mr. James Smith's return. Here again there were some grains of truth cunningly mixed up with a revolting lie, and they had their effect in giving to the falsehood a look of probability. I was cautioned in the usual manner and asked if I had anything to say. I replied that I was innocent, but that I would wait for legal assistance before I defended myself. The justice remanded me, and the examination was over. 3 days later my unhappy mistress was subject to the same trial. I was not allowed to communicate with her. All I knew was that the lawyer had arrived from London to help her. Toward the evening he was admitted to see me. He shook his head sorrowfully when I asked after my mistress. "I am afraid," he said, "that she has sunk under the horror of the situation in which that vile woman has placed her. Weakened by her previous agitation, she seems to have given way under this last shock, tenderly and carefully as Mr. Philip Nicholson broke the bad news to her. All her feelings appeared to be strangely blunted at the examination today. She answered the questions put to her quite correctly, but at the same time quite mechanically, with no change in her complexion, or in her tone of voice, or in her manner from beginning to end. It is a sad thing, William, when women cannot get their natural vent of weeping, and your mistress has not shed a tear since she left Darrock Hall." "But surely, sir," I said, "if my examination has not proved Josephine's perjury, My mistress's examination must have exposed it. Nothing will expose it, answered the lawyer, but producing Mr. James Smith, or at least legally proving that he is alive. Morally speaking, I have no doubt that the justice before whom you have been examined is as firmly convinced as we can be that the quadroon has perjured herself. Morally speaking, he believes that those threats which your mistress unfortunately used referred, as she said they did today, to her intention of leaving the hall early in the morning with you for her attendant, and coming to me, if she had been well enough to travel, to seek effectual legal protection from her husband for the future. Mr. Nicholson believes that, and I, who know more of the circumstances than he does, believe also that Mr. James Smith stole away from Darrock Hall in the night, under fear of being indicted for bigamy. But if I can't find him, if I can't prove him to be alive, and if I can't account for those spots of blood on the nightgown, the accidental circumstances of the case remain unexplained. Your mistress's rash language, the bad terms on which she has lived with her husband, and her unlucky disregard of appearances in keeping up her intercourse with Mr. Meek, all tell dead against us, and the justice has no alternative, in a legal point of view, but to remand you both, as he has now done, for the production of further evidence. But how, then, in heaven's name, is our innocence to be proved, sir? I asked. In the first place, said the lawyer, by finding Mr. James Smith, and in the second place, by persuading him, when he is found, to come forward and declare himself. Do you really believe, sir, said I, that he would hesitate to do that, when he knows the horrible charge to which his disappearance has exposed his wife? He is a heartless villain, I know, but surely, I don't suppose, said the lawyer, cutting me short, that he is quite scoundrel enough to decline coming forward, supposing he ran no risk by doing so. But remember that he has placed himself in a position to be tried for bigamy, and that he believes your mistress will put the law in force against him. I had forgotten that circumstance. My heart sank within me when it was recalled to my memory, and I could say nothing more. It is a very serious thing, the lawyer went on. It is a downright offence against the law of the land to make any private offer of a compromise to this man. Knowing what we know, our duty as good citizens is to give such information as may bring him to trial. I tell you plainly that, if I did not stand toward your mistress in the position of a relation as well as a legal adviser, I should think twice about running the risk, the very serious risk, on which I am now about to venture for her sake. As it is, I have taken the right measures to assure Mr. James Smith that he will not be treated according to his deserts. When he knows what the circumstances are, he will trust us, supposing always that we can find him. The search about this neighbourhood has been quite useless. I have sent private instructions by today's post to Mr. Dark in London, and with them a carefully worded form of advertisement for the public newspapers. You may rest assured that every human means of tracing him will be tried forthwith. In the meantime, I have an important question to put to you about Josephine. She may know more than we think she does. She may have surprised the secret of the second marriage, and may be keeping it in reserve to use against us. If this should turn out to be the case, I shall want some other chance against her beside the chance of indicting her for perjury. As to her motive now for making this horrible accusation, what can you tell me about that, William? Her motive against me, sir? No, not against you. I can see plainly enough that she accuses you because it is necessary to do so, to add to the probability of her story, which of course assumes that you helped her mistress to dispose of the dead body. You are coolly sacrificed to some devilish vengeance against her mistress. Let us get at that first. Has there ever been a quarrel between them? I told him of the quarrel, and of how Josephine had looked and talked when she showed me her cheek. Yes, he said, that is a strong motive for revenge with a naturally pitiless, vindictive woman. But is that all? Had your mistress any hold over her? Is there any self-interest mixed up along with this motive of vengeance? Think a little, William. Has anything ever happened in the house to compromise this woman, or to make her fancy herself compromised. The remembrance of my mistress's lost trinkets and handkerchiefs, which later and greater troubles had put out of my mind, flashed back into my memory while he spoke. I told him immediately of the alarm in the house when the loss was discovered. "Did your mistress suspect Josephine and question her?" he asked eagerly. "No, sir," I replied. Before she could say a word, Josephine impudently asked who she suspected, and boldly offered her own boxes to be searched. The lawyer's face turned red as scarlet. He jumped out of his chair and hit me such a smack on the shoulder that I thought he had gone mad. "By Jupiter!" he cried out, "we have got the whip-hand of that she-devil at last." I looked at him in astonishment. "Why, man alive," he said, "don't you see how it is? Josephine's the thief. I am as sure of it as that you and I are talking together. This vile accusation against your mistress answers another purpose beside the vindictive one. It is the very best screen that the wretch could possibly set up to hide herself from detection. It has stopped your mistress and you from moving in the matter. It exhibits her in the false character of an honest witness against a couple of criminals. It gives her time to dispose of the goods, or to hide them, or to do anything she likes with them. Stop, let me be quite sure that I know what the lost things are. A pair of bracelets, 3 rings, and a lot of lace pocket handkerchiefs. Is that what you said?" "Yes, sir." "Your mistress will describe them particularly, and I will take the right steps the first thing tomorrow morning. Good evening, William, and keep up your spirits. It shan't be my fault if you don't soon see the quadroon in the right place for her, at the prisoner's bar." With that farewell he went out. The days passed, and I did not see him again until the period of my remand had expired. On this occasion, when I once more appeared before the justice, my mistress appeared with me. The first sight of her absolutely startled me, she was so sadly altered. Her face looked so pinched and thin that it was like the face of an old woman. The dull, vacant resignation of her expression was something shocking to see. It changed a little when her eyes first turned heavily toward me, and she whispered with a faint smile, "I am sorry for you, William. I am very, very sorry for you." But as soon as she had said those words, the blank look returned, and she sat with her head drooping forward, quiet and inattentive and hopeless, so changed a being that her oldest friends would hardly have known her. Our examination was a mere formality. There was no additional evidence either for or against us, and we were remanded again for another week. I asked the lawyer privately if any chance had offered itself of tracing Mr. James Smith. He looked mysterious and only said in answer, "Hope for the best." I inquired next if any progress had been made toward fixing the guilt of the robbery on Josephine. "I never boast," he replied, "but cunning as she is, I should not be surprised if Mr. Dark and I, together, turned out to be more than a match for her." Mr. Dark! There was something in the mere mention of his name that gave me confidence in the future. If I could only have got my poor mistress's sad, dazed face out of my mind, I should not have had much depression of spirits to complain of during the interval of time that elapsed between the second examination and
Section 35 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Brother Griffin's Story of a Plot in Private Life. Chapter 6, Part 1. On the third appearance of my mistress and myself before the justice, I noticed some faces in the room which I had not seen there before. Greatly to my astonishment, for the previous examinations had been conducted as privately as possible, I remarked the presence of 2 of the servants from the hall, and of 3 or 4 of the tenants on the Derrick estate who lived nearest to the house. They all sat together on one side of the justice room. Opposite to them, and close at the side of a door, stood my old acquaintance Mr. Dark, with his big snuff-box, his jolly face, and his winking eye. He nodded to me when I looked at him, as jauntily as if we were meeting at a party of pleasure. The quadroon woman, who had been summoned to examination, had a chair placed opposite to the witness-box, and in a line with the seat occupied by my poor mistress, whose looks, as I was grieved to see, were not altered for the better. The lawyer from London was with her, and I stood behind her chair. We were all quietly disposed in the room in this way, when the justice, Mr. Robert Nicholson, came in with his brother. It might have been only fancy, but I thought I could see in both their faces that something remarkable had happened since we had met at the last examination. The deposition of Josephine Durand was read over by the clerk, and she was asked if she had anything to add to it. She replied in the negative. The justice then appealed to my mistress's relation, the lawyer, to know if he could produce any evidence relating to the charge against his clients. "I have evidence," answered the lawyer, getting briskly to his legs, "which I believe, sir, will justify me in asking for their discharge." "Where are your witnesses?" inquired the justice, looking hard at Josephine while he spoke. "One of them is in waiting, your worship," said Mr. Dark, opening the door near which he was standing. He went out of the room, remained away about a minute, and returned with his witness at his heels. My heart gave a bound as if it would jump out of my body. There, with his long hair cut short, and his bushy whiskers shaved off, there, in his own proper person, safe and sound as ever, was Mr. James Smith. The quadroon's iron nature resisted the shock of his unexpected presence on the scene with a steadiness that was nothing short of marvelous. Her thin lips closed together convulsively, and there was a slight movement in the muscles of her throat, but not a word, not a sign betrayed her. Even the yellow tinge of her complexion remained unchanged. "It is not necessary, sir, that I should waste time and words in referring to the wicked and preposterous charge against my clients," said the lawyer, addressing Mr. Robert Nicholson. "The one sufficient justification for discharging them immediately is before you at this moment in the person of that gentleman. There, sir, stands the murdered Mr. James Smith of Darrock Hall, alive and well, to answer for himself." "That is not the man!" cried Josephine, her shrill voice just as high, clear, and steady as ever. "I denounce that man as an impostor. Of my own knowledge I deny that he is Mr. James Smith." "No doubt you do," said the lawyer, "but we will prove his identity for all that." The first witness called was Mr. Philip Nicholson. He could swear that he had seen Mr. James Smith and spoken to him at least a dozen times. The person now before him was Mr. James Smith, altered as to personal appearance by having his hair cut short and his whiskers shaved off, but still unmistakably the man he assumed to be. "Conspiracy!" interrupted the prisoner, hissing the word out viciously between her teeth. "If you are not silent," said Mr. Robert Nicholson, "you will be removed from the room." "It will sooner meet the ends of justice," he went on, addressing the lawyer, "if you prove the question of identity by witnesses who have been in habits of daily communication with Mr. James Smith." Upon this, one of the servants from the hall was placed in the box. The alteration in his master's appearance evidently puzzled the man. Besides the perplexing change already adverted to, there was also a change in Mr. James Smith's expression and manner. Rascal as he was, I must do him the justice to say that he looked startled and ashamed when he first caught sight of his unfortunate wife. The servant, who was used to be eyed tyrannically by him, and ordered about roughly, seeing him now for the first time abashed and silent, stammered and hesitated on being asked to swear to his identity. "I can hardly say for certain, sir," said the man, addressing the justice in a bewildered manner. "He is like my master, and yet he isn't. If he wore whiskers and had his hair long, and if he was, saving your presence, sir, a little more rough and ready in his way, I could swear to him anywhere with a safe conscience." Fortunately for us, at this moment Mr. James Smith's feeling of uneasiness at the situation in which he was placed changed to a feeling of irritation at being coolly surveyed, and then stupidly doubted in the matter of his identity by one of his own servants. "Can't you say in plain words, you idiot, whether you know me or whether you don't?" he called out angrily. "That's his voice!" cried the servant, starting in the box. "Whiskers or no whiskers, that's him!" "If there's any difficulty, your worship, about the gentleman's hair," said Mr. Dark, coming forward with a grin, "here's a small parcel which, I may make so bold as to say, will remove it." Saying that, he opened the parcel, took some locks of hair out of it, and held them up close to Mr. James Smith's head. "A pretty good match, your worship," continued Mr. Dark. "I have no doubt the gentleman's head feels cooler now it's off. We can't put the whiskers on, I'm afraid, but they match the hair, and they are in the paper, if one may say such a thing of whiskers, to speak for themselves." "Lies! Lies! Lies!" screamed Josephine, losing her wicked self-control at this stage of the proceedings. The justice made a sign to two of the constables present as she burst out with those exclamations, and the men removed her to an adjoining room. The second servant from the hall was then put in the box, and was followed by one of the tenants. After what they had heard and seen, neither of these men had any hesitation in swearing positively to their master's identity. "It is quite unnecessary," said the justice, as soon as the box was empty again, "to examine any more witnesses as to the question of identity. All the legal formalities are accomplished, and the charge against the prisoners falls to the ground. I have great pleasure in ordering the immediate discharge of both the accused persons, and in declaring from this place that they leave the court without the slightest stain on their characters." He bowed low to my mistress as he said that, paused a moment, and then looked inquiringly at Mr. James Smith. "I have hitherto abstained from making any remark unconnected with the immediate matter at hand," he went on, "but now that my duty is done, I cannot leave this chair without expressing my strong sense of disapprobation of the conduct of Mr. James Smith, conduct which, whatever may be the motives that occasioned it, has given a false color of probability to a most horrible charge against a lady of unspotted reputation, and against a person in a lower rank of life whose good character ought not to have been imperilled even for a moment. Mr. Smith may, or may not, choose to explain his mysterious disappearance from Darrock Hall, and the equally unaccountable change which he has chosen to make in his personal appearance. There is no legal charge against him. But, speaking morally, I should be unworthy of the place I hold if I hesitated to declare my present conviction that his conduct has been deceitful, inconsiderate, and unfeeling in the highest degree." To this sharp reprimand Mr. James Smith, evidently tutored beforehand as to what he was to say, replied that, in attending before the justice, he wished to perform a plain duty, and to keep himself strictly within the letter of the law. He apprehended that the only legal obligation laid on him was to attend in that court to declare himself, and to enable competent witnesses to prove his identity. This duty accomplished, he had merely to add that he preferred submitting to a reprimand from the bench to entering into explanations which would involve the disclosure of domestic circumstances of a very unhappy nature. After that brief reply he had nothing further to say, and he would respectfully request the judge's permission to withdraw. The permission was accorded. As he crossed the room he stopped near his wife, and said, confusedly, in a very low tone, "I have done you many injuries, but I never intended this. I am sorry for it. Have you anything to say to me before I go?" My mistress shuddered and hid her face. He waited a moment, and finding that she did not answer him, bowed his head politely and went out. I did not know it then, but I had seen him for the last time. After he had gone, the lawyer, addressing Mr. Robert Nicholson, said that he had an application to make in reference to the woman Josephine Durand. At the mention of that name, my mistress hurriedly whispered a few words into her relation's ear. He looked towards Mr. Philip Nicholson, who immediately advanced, offered his arm to my mistress, and led her out. I was about to follow, when Mr. Dark stopped me, and begged that I would wait a few moments longer, in order to give myself the pleasure of seeing the end of the case. In the meantime, the justice had pronounced the necessary order to have the quadroon brought back. She came in as bold and confident as ever. Mr. Robert Nicholson looked away from her in disgust, and said to the lawyer, "Your application is to have her committed for perjury, of course?" "For perjury?" said Josephine, with her wicked smile. "Very good. I shall explain some little matters that I had not explained before. You think I am quite at your mercy now? Bah! I shall make myself a thorn in your sides yet." "She has got scent of the second marriage," whispered Mr. Dark to me. There could be no doubt of it. She had evidently been listening at the door on the night when my master came back, longer than I had supposed. She must have heard those words about the new wife. She might even have seen the effect of them on Mr. James Smith. "We do not at present propose to charge Josephine Durand with perjury," said the lawyer, "but with another offence, for which it is important to try her immediately, in order to effect the restoration of property that has been stolen. I charge her with stealing from her mistress, while in her service at Darrock Hall, a pair of bracelets, 3 rings, and 12 of lace pocket handkerchiefs. The articles in question were taken this morning from between the mattresses of her bed, and a letter was found in the same place, which clearly proves that she had represented the property as belonging to herself, and that she had tried to dispose of it to a purchaser in London." While he was speaking, Mr. Dark produced the jewelry, the handkerchiefs, and the letter, and laid them before the justice. Even Josephine's extraordinary powers of self-control now gave way at last. At the first words of the unexpected charge against her, she struck her hands together violently, gnashed her sharp white teeth, and burst out with a torrent of fierce-sounding words in some foreign language, the meaning of which I did not understand then, and cannot explain now. "I think that's checkmate for Momselle," whispered Mr. Dark with his invariable wink. "Suppose you go back to the hall now, William, and draw a jug of that very remarkable old ale of yours. I'll be after you in 5 minutes, as soon as the charge is made out." I could hardly believe it when I found myself Section 36 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Brother Griffith's Story of a Plot in Private Life. Chapter 6, Part 2. In a quarter of an hour's time Mr. Dark joined me, and drank to my health, happiness, and prosperity in 3 separate tumblers. After performing this ceremony, he wagged his head, and chuckled with an appearance of such excessive enjoyment that I could not avoid remarking on his high spirits. "It's the case, William. It's the beautiful neatness of the case that quite intoxicates me. Oh, Lord! What a happiness it is to be concerned in such a job as this!" cries Mr. Dark, slapping his stumpy hands on his fat knees in a sort of ecstasy. I had a very different opinion of the case for my part, but I did not venture on expressing it. I was too anxious to know how Mr. James Smith had been discovered and produced at the examination to enter into any arguments. Mr. Dark guessed what was passing in my mind, and, telling me to sit down and make myself comfortable, volunteered of his own accord to inform me of all that I wanted to know. "When I got my instructions and my statement of particulars," he began, "I was not at all surprised to hear that Mr. James Smith had come back. I prophesied that, if you remember, William, the last time we met. But I was a good deal astonished, nevertheless, at the turn things had taken, and I can't say I felt very hopeful about finding our man. However, I followed my master's directions, and put the advertisement in the papers. It addressed Mr. James Smith by name, but it was very carefully worded as to what was wanted of him. 2 days after it appeared, a letter came to our office in a woman's handwriting. It was my business to open the letters, and I opened that. The writer was short and mysterious, She requested that somebody would call from our office at a certain address between the hours of 2 and 4 that afternoon, in reference to the advertisement which we had inserted in the newspapers. Of course, I was the somebody who went. I kept myself from building up hopes, by the way, knowing what a lot of Mr. James Smiths there are in London. On getting to the house, I was shown into the drawing-room, and there, dressed in a wrapper and lying on a sofa, was an uncommonly pretty woman, who looked as if she was just recovering from an illness. She had a newspaper by her side, and came to the point at once. "My husband's name is James Smith," she says, "and I have my reasons for wanting to know if he is the person you are in search of." I described our man as Mr. James Smith, of Darrock Hall, Cumberland. "I know no such person," says she. "What? Was it not the second wife after all?" I broke out. "Wait a minute," says Mr. Dark. "I mentioned the name of the yacht next, and she started up on the sofa as if she had been shot. 'I think you were married in Scotland, ma'am,' says I. She turns as pale as ashes, and drops back on the sofa, and says faintly, 'It is my husband.' 'Oh, sir, what has happened? What do you want with him? Is he in debt?' I took a minute to think, and then made up my mind to tell her everything, feeling that she would keep her husband, as she called him, out of the way if I frightened her by any mysteries. A nice job I had, William, as you may suppose, when she knew about the bigamy business. What with screaming, fainting, crying, and blowing me up, as if I was to blame, she kept me by that sofa of hers the best part of an hour, kept me there, in short, till Mr. James Smith himself came back. I leave you to judge if that mended matters. He found me mopping the poor woman's temples with scent and water, and he would have pitched me out of the window, as sure as I sit here, if I had not met him and staggered him at once with a charge of murder against his wife. That stopped him when he was in full cry, I can promise you. 'Go and wait in the next room,' says he, 'and I'll come in and speak to you directly.'" "And did you go?" I asked. "Of course I did," said Mr. Dark. "I knew he couldn't get out by the drawing-room windows, and I knew I could watch the door, so away I went, leaving him alone with the lady, who didn't spare him by any manner of means, as I could easily hear in the next room. However, all rows in this world come to an end sooner or later, and a man with any brains in his head may do what he pleases with a woman who is fond of him. Before long I heard her crying and kissing him. 'I can't go home,' she says, after this. 'You have behaved like a villain and a monster to me. But, oh, Jeremy, I can't give you up to anybody. Don't go back to your wife. Oh, don't go back to your wife.' 'No fear of that,' says he. 'My wife wouldn't have me if I did go back to her.' After that I heard the door open, and went out to meet him on the landing. He began swearing the moment he saw me, as if that was any good. 'Business first, if you please, sir,' says I, 'and any pleasure you like, in the way of swearing, afterwards.' With that beginning, I mentioned our terms to him, and asked the pleasure of his company to Cumberland. In return, he was uncommonly suspicious at first, but I promised to draw out a legal document, mere waste paper, of no earthly use except to pacify him, engaging to hold him harmless throughout the proceedings, and what with that, and telling him of the frightful danger his wife was in, I managed, at last, to carry my point." "But did the second wife make no objection to his going away with you?" I inquired. "Not she," said Mr. Dark. "I stated the case to her just as it stood, and soon satisfied her that there was no danger of Mr. James Smith's first wife laying any claim to him. After hearing that, she joined me in persuading him to do his duty, and said she pitied your mistress from the bottom of her heart. With her influence to back me, I had no great fear of our man changing his mind. I had the door watched that night, however, so as to make quite sure of him. The next morning he was ready to time when I called, and a quarter of an hour after that we were off together for the North Road. We made the journey with post-horses, being afraid of chance passengers, you know, in a public conveyance. On the way down, Mr. James Smith and I got on as comfortably together as if we had been a pair of old friends. I told the story of our tracing him to the north of Scotland, and he gave me the particulars, in return, of his bolting from Darrock Hall. They are rather amusing, William. Would you like to hear them?" I told Mr. Dark that he had anticipated the very question I was about to ask him. "Well," he said, "this is how it was. To begin at the beginning, our man really took Mrs. Smith, number 2, to the Mediterranean, as we heard. He sailed up the Spanish coast, and, after short trips ashore, stopped at a seaside place in France called Cannes. There he saw a house and grounds to be sold which took his fancy as a nice retired place to keep number 2 in. Nothing particular was wanted but the money to buy it, and, not having the little amount in his own possession, Mr. James Smith makes a virtue of necessity, and goes back overland to his wife with private designs on her purse strings. Number 2, who objects to be left behind, goes with him as far as London. There he trumps up the first story that comes into his head about rents in the country, and a house in Lincolnshire that is too damp for her to trust herself in, and so, leaving her for a few days in London, starts boldly for Darrock Hall. His notion was to wheedle your mistress out of the money by good behaviour, but it seems he started badly by quarrelling with her about a fiddle-playing parson." "Yes, yes, I know all about that part of the story," I broke in, seeing by Mr. Dark's manner that he was likely to speak both ignorantly and impertinently of my mistress's unlucky friendship for Mr. Meeke. "Go on to the time when I left my master alone in the Red Room, and tell me what he did between midnight and 9 the next morning." "Did?" said Mr. Dark. "Why, he went to bed with the unpleasant conviction on his mind that your mistress had found him out, and with no comfort to speak of except what he could get out of the brandy bottle. He couldn't sleep, and the more he tossed and tumbled, the more certain he felt that his wife intended to have him tried for bigamy. At last, toward the grey of morning, he could stand it no longer, and made up his mind to give the law the slip while he had the chance. As soon as he was dressed, it struck him that there might be a reward offered for catching him, and he determined to make that slight change in his personal appearance which puzzled the witnesses so much before the magistrate to-day. So he opens his drawing-case and crops his hair in no time, and takes off his whiskers next. The fire was out, and he had to shave in cold water. What with that, and what with the flurry of his mind, naturally enough he cut himself." "And dried the blood with his nightgown," says I. "With his nightgown," repeated Mr. Dark. "It was the first thing that lay handy, and he snatched it up. Wait a bit, though. The cream of the thing is to come. When he had done being his own barber, he couldn't for the life of him hit on a way of getting rid of the loose hair. The fire was out, and he had no matches, so he couldn't burn it. As for throwing it away, he didn't dare do that in the house, or about the house, for fear of it being found, and betraying what he had done. So he wraps it all up in paper, crams it into his pocket to be disposed of when he is at a safe distance from the hall, takes his bag, gets out at the window, shuts it softly after him, and makes for the road as fast as his long legs will carry him. There he walks on till a coach overtakes him, and so travels back to London to find himself in a fresh scrape as soon as he gets there. An interesting situation, William, and hard travelling from one end of France to the other had not agreed together in the case of number 2. Mr. James Smith found her in bed, with doctor's orders that she was not to be moved. There was nothing for it after that but to lie by in London till the lady got better. Luckily for us, she didn't hurry herself, so that, after all, your mistress has to thank the very woman who supplanted her for clearing her character by helping us to find Mr. James Smith." "And pray, how did you come by that loose hair of his which you showed before the justice to-day?" I asked. "Thank number 2 again," says Mr. Dark. "I was put up to asking after it by what she told me. When we were talking about the advertisement, I made so bold as to inquire what first set her thinking that her husband and the Mr. James Smith whom we wanted might be one and the same man. 'Nothing,' says she, 'but seeing him come home with his hair cut short and his whiskers shaved off, and finding that he could not give me any good reason for disfiguring himself in that way. I had my suspicions that something was wrong, and the sight of your advertisement strengthened them directly.' Hearing her say that suggested to my mind that there might be a difficulty in identifying him after the change in his looks, and I asked him what he had done with the loose hair before he left London. It was found in the pocket of his travelling coat, just as he had bundled it up there on leaving the hall. worry and fright and vexation having caused him to forget all about it. Of course I took charge of the parcel, and you know what good it did as well as I do. So to speak, William, it just completed this beautifully neat case. Looking at the matter in a professional point of view, I don't hesitate to say that we have managed our business with Mr. James Smith to perfection. We have produced him at the right time, and we are going to get rid of him at the right time. By tonight he will be on his way to foreign parts with number 2, and he won't show his nose in England again if he lives to the age of Methuselah." It was a relief to hear that, and it was almost as great a comfort to find, from what Mr. Dark said next, that my mistress need fear nothing that Josephine could do for the future. The charge of theft on which he was about to be tried did not afford the shadow of an excuse in law any more than in logic for alluding to the crime of which her master had committed. If she meant to talk about it, she might do so in her place of transportation, but she would not have the slightest chance of being listened to previously in a court of law. "In short," said Mr. Dark, rising to take his leave, "as I have already told you, William, it's checkmate for Ma'm'selle. She didn't manage the business of the robbery half as sharply as I should have expected. She certainly began well enough by staying modestly at a lodging in the village to give her attendance at the examinations, as it might be required. Nothing could look more innocent and respectable so far, but her hiding the property between the mattresses of her bed, the very place that any experienced man would think of looking in, was such an amazingly stupid thing to do that I really can't account for it, unless her mind had more weighing on it than it was able to bear, which, considering the heavy stakes she played for, is likely enough. Anyway, her hands are tied now, and her tongue too, for the matter of that. Give my respects to your mistress, and tell her that her runaway husband and her lying maid will never either of them harm her again as long as they live. She has nothing to do now but to pluck up her spirits and live happy. Here's long life to her, and to you, William, in the last glass of ale. And here's the same toast to myself in the bottom of the jug." With those words Mr. Dark pocketed his large snuff-box, gave a last wink with his bright eye, and walked rapidly away, whistling, to catch the London coach. From that time to this he and I have never met again. A few last words relating to my mistress and to the other persons chiefly concerned in this narrative will conclude all that it is now necessary for me to say. For some months the relatives and friends, and I myself, felt sad misgivings on my poor mistress's account. We doubted if it were possible, with such a quick, sensitive nature as hers, that she could support the shock which had been inflicted on her. But our powers of endurance are, as I have learned to believe, more often equal to the burdens laid upon them than we are apt to imagine. I have seen many surprising recoveries from illness after all hope had been lost, and I lived to see my mistress recover from the grief and terror which we once thought would prove fatal to her. It was long before she began to hold up her head again, but care and kindness, and time and change wrought their effect on her at last. She is not now, and never will be again, the woman she was once. Her manner is altered, and she looks older by many a year than she really is. But her health causes us no anxiety now. Her spirits are calm and equal, and I have good hope that many quiet years of service in her house are left for me still. I myself have married during the long interval of time which I am now passing over in a few words. This change in my life is, perhaps, not worth mentioning, but I am reminded of my 2 little children when I speak of my mistress in her present position. I really think they make the great happiness and interest and amusement of her life, and prevent her from feeling lonely and dried up at heart. It is a pleasant reflection to me to remember this, and perhaps it may be the same to you, for which reason only I speak of it. As for the other persons connected with the troubles at Darrock Hall, I may mention the vile woman Josephine first, as to have the soonest done with her. Mr. Dark's guess, when he tried to account for her want of cunning in hiding the stolen property by saying that her mind might have had more weighing on it than she was able to bear, turned out to be nothing less than the plain and awful truth. After she had been found guilty of the robbery, and had been condemned to 7 years' transportation, a worse sentence fell upon her from a higher tribunal than any of this world. While she was still in the county jail, previous to her removal, her mind gave way, the madness breaking out in an attempt to set fire to the prison. Her case was pronounced to be hopeless from the first. The lawful asylum received her, and the lawful asylum will keep her to the end of her days. Mr. James Smith, who, in my humble opinion, deserved hanging by law, or drowning by accident at least, lived quietly abroad with his Scotch wife, or no wife, for 2 years, and then died in the most quiet and customary manner in his bed after a short illness. His end was described to me as a highly edifying one. But as he was also reported to have sent his forgiveness to his wife, which was as much to say that he was the injured person of the two, I take leave to consider that he was the same impudent vagabond in his last moments that he had been all his life. His Scotch widow has married again, and is now settled in London. I hope her husband is all her own property this time. Mr. Meeke must not be forgotten, though he has dropped out of the latter part of my story because he had nothing to do with the serious events which followed Josephine's perjury. In the confusion and wretchedness of that time he was treated with very little ceremony, and was quite passed over when we left the neighborhood. After pining and fretting some time, as we afterwards heard, in his lonely parsonage, he resigned his living at the first chance he got, and took a sort of under-chaplain's place in an English chapel abroad. He writes to my mistress once or twice a year to ask her after her health and well-being, and she writes back to him. That is all the communication they are ever likely to have with each other. The music they once played together will never sound again. Its last notes have long since faded away, and the last words of this story, trembling on the lips of the teller, may now fade with them. The 9th day. A little change in the weather. The rain still continues, but the wind is not quite so high. Have I any reason to believe, because it is calmer on land, that it is also calmer at sea? Perhaps not, but my mind is scarcely so uneasy today, nevertheless. I had looked over the newspaper with the usual result, and had laid it down with the customary sense of disappointment, when Jessie handed me a letter which she had received that morning. It was written by her aunt, and it upbraided her in the highly exaggerated terms which ladies love to employ, where any tender interests of their own are concerned, for her long silence and her long absence from home. Home! I thought of my poor boy, and of the one hope on which all his happiness rested, and I felt jealous of the word when I saw it used persuasively in a letter to our guest. What right had any one to mention home to her until George had spoken first? "I must answer it by return of post," said Jessie, with a tone of sorrow in her voice for which my heart warmed to her. "You have been very kind to me. You have taken more pains to interest and amuse me than I am worth. I can laugh about most things, but I can't laugh about going away. I am honestly and sincerely too grateful for that." She paused, came round to where I was sitting, perched herself on the end of the table, and resting her hands on my shoulders, added gently, "It must be the day after tomorrow, must it not?" I could not trust myself to answer. If I had spoken, I should have betrayed George's secret in spite of myself. "Tomorrow is the 10th day," she went on softly. "It looks so selfish and so ungrateful to go the moment I have heard the last of the stories that I am quite distressed at being obliged to enter on the subject at all. And yet, what choice is left me? What can I do when my aunt writes to me in that way?" She took up the letter again, and looked at it so ruefully that I drew her head a little nearer to me, and gratefully kissed the smooth white forehead. "If your aunt is only half as anxious to see you again, my love, as I am to see my son, I must forgive her for taking you away from us." The words came from me without premeditation. It was not calculation this time, but sheer instinct that impelled me to test her in this way once more, by a direct reference to George. She was so close to me that I felt her breath quiver on my cheek. Her eyes had been fixed on my face a moment before, but they now wandered away from it constrainedly. One of her hands trembled a little on my shoulder, and she took it off. "Thank you for trying to make our parting easier to me," she said, quickly, and in a lower tone than she had spoken in yet. I made no answer, but still looked her anxiously in the face. For a few seconds her nimble, delicate fingers nervously folded and refolded the letter from her aunt. Then she abruptly changed her position. "The sooner I write, the sooner it will be over," she said, and hurriedly turned away to the paper case on the side table. How was the change in her manner to be rightly interpreted? Was she hurt by what I had said? Or was she secretly so much affected by it, in the impressionable state of her mind at that moment, as to be incapable of exerting a young woman's customary self-control? Her looks, actions, and language might bear either interpretation. One striking omission had marked her conduct when I had referred to George's return. She had not inquired when I expected him back. Was this indifference? Surely not. Surely indifference would have led her to ask the conventionally civil question which 99 persons out of 100 would have addressed to me as a matter of course. Was she, on her side, afraid to trust herself to speak of George, at a time when an unusual tenderness was aroused in her by the near prospect of saying farewell? It might be. It might not be. It might be. My feeble reason took the side of my inclination, and, after vibrating between yes and no, I stopped where I had begun, at yes. She finished the letter in a few minutes, and dropped it into the post-bag the moment it was done. "Not a word more," she said, returning to me with a sigh of relief. "Not a word about my aunt, or my going away till the time comes. We have 2 more days. Let us make the most of them." 2 more days. 48 hours still to pass, 60 minutes in each of those hours, and every minute long enough to bring with it an event fatal to George's future. The bare thought kept my mind in a fever. For the remainder of the day I was as desultory and as restless as our Queen of Hearts herself. Owen affectionately did his best to quiet me, but in vain. Even Morgan, who whiled away the time by smoking incessantly, was struck by the wretched spectacle of nervous anxiety that I presented to him, and pitied me openly for being unable to compose myself with a pipe. Wearily and uselessly the hours wore on till the sun set. The clouds in the western heaven wore wild and tortured shapes when I looked out at them, and, as the gathering darkness fell on us, the fatal, fearful wind arose once more. When we assembled at 8, the drawing of the lots had no longer any interest or suspense, so far as I was concerned. I had read my last story, and it now only remained for chance to decide the question of precedency between Owen and Morgan. Of the 2 numbers left in the bowl, the one drawn was 9. This made it Morgan's turn to read, and left it appropriately to Owen, as our eldest brother, to close the proceedings on the next night. Morgan looked round the table when he had spread out his manuscript, and seemed half inclined to open fire, as usual, with a little preliminary sarcasm, but his eyes met mine. He saw the anxiety I was suffering, and his natural kindness, perversely as he might strive to hide it, got the better of him. He looked down on his paper, growled out briefly, "No need for a preface. My little bit of writing explains itself. Let's go on and have it done with," and so began to read with
Section 37 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Brother Morgan's Story of Fauntleroy. Chapter 1. It was certainly a dull little dinner party. Of the 4 guests, 2 of us were men between 50 and 60, and 2 of us were youths between 18 and 20, and we had no subjects in common. We were all intimate with our host, but were only slightly acquainted with each other. Perhaps we should have got on better if there had been some ladies among us, but the master of the house was a bachelor, and, except the parlour maids who assisted in waiting on us at dinner, no daughter of Eve was present to brighten the dreary scene. We tried all sorts of subjects, but they dropped one after the other. The elder gentlemen seemed to be afraid of committing themselves by talking too freely within the hearing of us juniors, and we, on our side, restrained our youthful flow of spirits and youthful freedom of conversation out of deference to our host, who seemed once or twice to be feeling a little nervous about the continued propriety of our behaviour in the presence of his respectable guests. To make matters worse, we had dined at a sensible hour. When the bottles made their first round at dessert, the clock on the mantelpiece only struck 8. I counted the strokes, and felt certain, from the expression of his face, that the other junior guest, who sat on one side of me at the round table, was counting them also. When we came to the final 8, we exchanged looks of despair. 2 hours more of this. What on earth is to become of us? In the language of the eyes, that was exactly what we said to each other. The wine was excellent, and I think we all came separately and secretly to the same conclusion, that our chance of getting through the evening was intimately connected with our resolution in getting through the bottles. As a matter of course, we talked wine. No company of Englishmen can assemble together for an evening without doing that. Every man in this country who is rich enough to pay income tax has at one time or other in his life effected a very remarkable transaction in wine. Sometimes he has made such a bargain as he never expects to make again. Sometimes he's the only man in England, not a peer of the realm, who has got a single drop of a certain famous vintage which has perished from the face of the earth. Sometimes he has purchased, with a friend, a few last left dozens from the cellar of a deceased potentate, at a price so exorbitant that he can only wag his head and decline mentioning it. And, if you ask his friend, that friend will wag his head and decline mentioning it also. Sometimes he has been at an out-of-the-way country inn, has found the sherry not drinkable, has asked if there is no other wine in the house, has been informed that there is some sourish foreign stuff that nobody ever drinks, has called for a bottle of it, has found it Burgundy, such as all France cannot now produce, has cunningly kept his own counsel with the widowed landlady, and has bought the whole stock for an old song. Sometimes he knows the proprietor of a famous tavern in London, and he recommends his 1 or 2 particular friends, the next time they are passing that way, to go in and dine, and give his compliments to the landlord, and ask for a bottle of the brown sherry with the light blue, as distinguished from the dark blue, seal. Thousands of people dine there every year, and think they have got the famous sherry when they get the dark blue seal, but the real wine, the famous wine, is the light blue seal, and nobody in England knows it but the landlord and his friends. In all these wine conversations, whatever variety there may be in the various experiences related, 1 or 2 great first principles is invariably assumed by each speaker in succession. Either he knows more about it than any one else, or he has got better wine of his own even than the excellent wine he is now drinking. Men can get together sometimes without talking of women, without talking of horses, without talking of politics, but they cannot assemble to eat a meal together without talking of wine, and they cannot talk of wine without assuming to each one of themselves an absolute infallibility in connection with that single subject which they would shrink from asserting in relation to any other topic under the sun. How long the inevitable wine talk lasted on the particular social occasion of which I am now writing is more than I can undertake to say. I had heard so many other conversations of the same sort, at so many other tables, that my attention wandered away wearily, and I began to forget all about the dull little dinner party, and the badly assorted company of guests of whom I formed one. How long I remained in this not over-courteous condition of mental oblivion is more than I can tell. But when my attention was recalled, in due course of time, to the little world around me, I found that the good wine had begun to do its good office. The stream of talk on either side of the host's chair was now beginning to flow cheerfully and continuously. The wine conversation had worn itself out, and one of the elder guests, Mr. Wendell, was occupied in telling the other guest, Mr. Trowbridge, of a small fraud which had lately been committed on him by a clerk in his employment. The first part of the story I missed altogether. The last part, which alone caught my attention, followed the career of the clerk to the dock of the Old Bailey. "So, as I was telling you," continued Mr. Wendell, "I made up my mind to prosecute, and I did prosecute. Thoughtless people blamed me for sending the young man to prison, and said I might just as well have forgiven him, seeing that the trifling sum of money I had lost by his breach of trust was barely as much as £10. Of course, personally speaking, I would much rather not have gone into court, but I considered that my duty to society in general, and to my brother merchants in particular, absolutely compelled me to prosecute for the sake of example. I acted on that principle, and I don't regret that I did so. The circumstances under which the man robbed me were particularly disgraceful. He was a hardened reprobate, sir, if ever there was one yet, and I believe in my conscience that he wanted nothing but the opportunity to be as great a villain as Fauntleroy himself." At the moment when Mr. Wendell personified his idea of consummate villainy by quoting the example of Fauntleroy, I saw the other middle-aged gentleman, Mr. Trowbridge, colour up on a sudden, and begin to fidget in his chair. "The next time you want to produce an instance of a villain, sir," said Mr. Trowbridge, "I wish you could contrive to quote some other example than Fauntleroy." Mr. Wendell naturally enough looked excessively astonished when he heard these words, which were very firmly, and at the same time very politely addressed to him. "May I inquire why you object to my example?" he asked. "I object to it, sir," said Mr. Trowbridge, "because it makes me very uncomfortable to hear Fauntleroy called a villain." "Good heavens above!" exclaimed Mr. Wendell, utterly bewildered. "Uncomfortable! You, a mercantile man like myself? You, whose character stands so high everywhere? You uncomfortable when you hear a man who was hanged for forgery called a villain? In the name of wonder, why?" "Because," answered Mr. Trowbridge, with perfect composure, "Fauntleroy was a friend of mine." "Excuse me, my dear sir," retorted Mr. Wendell, in as polished a tone of sarcasm as he could command, "but of all the friends whom you have made in the course of your useful and honourable career, I should have thought the friend you have just mentioned would have been the very last to whom you were likely to refer in respectable society, at least by name." "Fauntleroy committed an unpardonable crime, and died a disgraceful death," said Mr. Trowbridge. "But for all that Fauntleroy was a friend of mine, and in character I shall always acknowledge him boldly to my dying day. I have a tenderness for his memory, though he violated a sacred trust and died for it on the gallows. Don't look shocked, Mr. Wendell. I will tell you and our other friends here, if they will let me, why I feel that tenderness which looks so strange and so discreditable in your eyes. It is rather a curious anecdote, sir, and has an interest, I think, for all observers of human nature, quite apart from its connection with the unhappy man of whom we have been talking. You young gentlemen," continued Mr. Trowbridge, addressing himself to us juniors, "have heard of Fauntleroy, though he sinned and suffered and shocked all England long before your time." We answered that we had certainly heard of him as one of the famous criminals of his day. We knew that he had been a partner in a great London banking house, that he had not led a very virtuous life, that he had possessed himself by forgery of trust moneys which he was doubly bound to respect, and that he had been hanged for his offence in the year 1824, when the gallows was still set up for other crimes than murder, and when Jack Ketch was in fashion as one of the hard-working reformers of the age. "Very good," said Mr. Trowbridge. "You both of you know quite enough of Fauntleroy to be interested in what I am going to tell you. When the bottles have been round the table, I will start with my story." The bottles went round. Claret for the degenerate youngsters, port for the sterling, steady-headed, middle-aged gentlemen. Mr. Trowbridge sipped his wine, and meditated a little, sipped again, and started with the promised anecdote in these terms. Section 38 of the Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Brother Morgan's Story of Fauntleroy. Chapter 2. What I am going to tell you, gentlemen, happened when I was a very young man, and when I was just setting up in business on my own account. My father had been well acquainted for many years with Mr. Fauntleroy, of the famous London banking firm of Marsh, Stracey, Fauntleroy, and Graham. Thinking it might be of some future service to me to make my position known to a great man in the commercial world, my father mentioned to his highly respected friend that I was about to start in business for myself in a very small way, and with very little money. Mr. Fauntleroy received the intimation with a kind appearance of interest, and said that he would have his eye on me. I expected from this that he would wait to see if I could keep on my legs at starting, and that, if he found I succeeded pretty well, he would then help me forward, if it lay in his power. As events turned out, he proved to be a far better friend than that, and he soon showed me that I had very much underrated the hearty and generous interest which he had felt in my welfare from the first. While I was still fighting with the difficulties of setting up my office, and recommending myself to my connection, and so forth, I got a message from Mr. Fauntleroy, telling me to call on him at the banking house the first time I was passing that way. As you may easily imagine, I contrived to be passing that way on a very particularly early occasion, and, on presenting myself at the bank, I was shown at once into Mr. Fauntleroy's private room. He was as pleasant a man to speak to as ever I met with, bright and gay and companionable in his manner, with a sort of easy, hearty, jovial bluntness about him that attracted everybody. The clerks all liked him, and that is something to say of a partner in a banking house, I can tell you. "Well, young Trowbridge," says he, giving his papers on the table a brisk push away from him, "so you are going to set up in business for yourself, are you? I have a great regard for your father, and a great wish to see you succeed. Have you started yet? No? Just on the point of beginning, eh? Very good. You will have your difficulties, my friend, and I mean to smooth one of them away for you at the outset. A word of advice for your private ear: bank with us." "You are very kind, sir," I answered, "and I should ask nothing better than to profit by your suggestion if I could. But my expenses are heavy at starting, and when they are all paid, I am afraid I shall have very little left to put by for the first year. I doubt if I shall be able to muster much more than £300 of surplus cash in the world, after paying what I must pay before I set up my office, and I should be ashamed to trouble your house, sir, to open an account for such a trifle as that." "Stuff and nonsense," said Mr. Fauntleroy. "Are you a banker? What business have you to offer an opinion on the matter? Do as I tell you. Leave it to me. Bank with us, and draw for what you like. Stop, I haven't done yet. When you open the account, speak to the head cashier. Perhaps you may find that he has got something to tell you. There, go away. Don't interrupt me. Good-bye. God bless you." That was his way. Ah, poor fellow, that was his way. I went to the head cashier the next morning when I opened my little modicum of an account. He had received orders to pay my drafts without reference to my balance. My checks, when I had overdrawn, were to be privately shown to Mr. Fauntleroy. Do many young men who start in business find their prosperous superiors ready to help them in that way? Well, I got on very fairly and steadily, being careful not to venture out of my depth, and not to forget that small beginnings may lead in time to great ends. A prospect of one of those great ends, great, I mean, to such a small trader as I was at that period, showed itself to me when I had been some little time in business. In plain terms, I had a chance of joining in a first-rate transaction, which would give me profit and position, and everything I wanted, provided I could qualify myself for engaging in it by getting good security beforehand for a very large amount. In this emergency, I thought of my kind friend Mr. Fauntleroy, and went to the bank and saw him once more in his private room. There he was at the same table, with the same heaps of paper about him, and the same hearty, easy way of speaking his mind to you at once, in the fewest possible words. I explained the business I came upon with some little hesitation and nervousness, for I was afraid he might think I was taking an unfair advantage of his former kindness to me. When I had done, he just nodded his head, snatched up a blank sheet of paper, scribbled a few lines on it in his rapid way, handed the writing to me, and pushed me out of the room by the 2 shoulders before I could say a single word. I looked at the paper in the outer office. It was my security from the great banking house for the whole amount, and for more, if more was wanted. I could not express my gratitude then, and I don't know that I can describe it now. I can only say that it has outlived the crime, the disgrace, and the awful death on the scaffold. I am grieved to speak of that death at all, but I have no other alternative. The course of my story must now lead me straight on to the later time, and to the terrible discovery which exposed my benefactor and my friend to all England as the forger Fauntleroy. I must ask you to suppose a lapse of some time after the occurrence of the events I have just been relating. During this interval, thanks to the kind assistance I had received at the outset, my position as a man of business had greatly improved. Imagine me now, if you please, on the high road to prosperity, with good large offices and a respectable staff of clerks, and picture me to yourselves sitting alone in my private room between 4 and 5 o'clock on a certain Saturday afternoon. All my letters had been written, all the people who had appointments with me had been received. I was looking carelessly over the newspaper and thinking about going home, when one of my clerks came in and said that a stranger wished to see me immediately on very important business. "Did he mention his name?" I inquired. "No, sir." "Did you not ask him for it?" "Yes, sir, and he said you would be none the wiser if he told me what it was." "Does he look like a begging letter writer?" "He does look a little shabby, sir, but he doesn't talk at all like a begging letter writer. He spoke sharp and decided, sir, and said it was in your interests that he came, and that you would deeply regret it afterward if you refused to see him." "He said that, did he? Show him in at once, then." He was shown in immediately, a middling-sized man with a sharp, unwholesome-looking face, and with a flippant, reckless manner, dressed in a style of shabby smartness, eyeing me with a bold look, and not overburdened with politeness as to trouble himself about taking off his hat when he came in. I had never seen him before in my life, and I could not form the slightest conjecture from his appearance to guide me toward guessing his position in the world. He was not a gentleman, evidently, but as to fixing his whereabouts in the infinite downward gradations of vagabond existence in London, that was a mystery which I was totally incompetent to solve. "Is your name Trowbridge?" he began. "Yes," I answered, dryly enough. "Do you bank with Marsh, Stracey, Fauntleroy and Graham?" "Why do you ask?" "Answer my question, and you will know." "Well, I do bank with Marsh, Stracey, Fauntleroy and Graham. What then?" "Draw out every farthing of balance you have got before the bank closes at 5 to-day." I stared at him in speechless amazement. The words, for an instant, absolutely petrified me. "Stare as much as you like," he proceeded coolly. "I mean what I say. Look at your clock there. In 20 minutes it will strike 5, and the bank will be shut. Draw out every farthing, I tell you again, and look sharp about it." "Draw out my money!" I exclaimed, partially recovering myself. "Are you in your right senses? Do you know that the firm I bank with represents one of the first houses in the world? What do you mean, you who are a total stranger to me, by taking this extraordinary interest in my affairs? If you want me to act on your advice, why don't you explain yourself?" "I have explained myself. Act on my advice or not, just as you like. It doesn't matter to me. I have done what I promised, and there's an end of it." He turned to the door. The minute hand of the clock was getting on from the 20 minutes to the quarter. "Done what you promised?" I repeated, getting up to stop him. "Yes," he said, with his hand on the lock. "I have given my message. Whatever happens, remember that. Good afternoon." He was gone before I could speak again. I tried to call after him, but my speech suddenly failed me. It was very foolish, it was very unaccountable, But there was something in the man's last words which had more than half frightened me. I looked at the clock. The minute hand was on the quarter. My office was just far enough from the bank to make it necessary for me to decide on the instant. If I had had time to think, I am perfectly certain that I should not have profited by the extraordinary warning that had just been addressed to me. The suspicious appearance and manners of the stranger, the outrageous improbability of the inference against the credit of the bank toward which his words pointed, the chance that some underhand attempt was being made by some enemy of mine to frighten me into embroiling myself with one of my best friends, through showing an ignorant distrust of the firm with which he was associated as partner, all these considerations would unquestionably have occurred to me if I could have found time for reflection, and, as a necessary consequence, not one farthing of my balance would have been taken from the keeping of the bank on that memorable day. As it was, I had just time enough to act, and not a spare moment for thinking. Some heavy payments, made at the beginning of the week, had so far decreased my balance that the sum to my credit in the banking book barely reached £1,500. I snatched up my cheque-book, wrote a draft for the whole amount, and ordered one of my clerks to run to the bank and get it cashed before the doors closed. What impulse urged me on, except the blind impulse of hurry and bewilderment, I can't say. I acted mechanically, under the influence of the vague, inexplicable fear which the man's extraordinary parting words had aroused in me, without stopping to analyze my own sensations, almost without knowing what I was about. In 3 minutes from the time when the stranger had closed my door, the clerk had started for the bank, and I was alone again in my room, with my hands as cold as ice, and my head all in a whirl. I did not recover my control over myself until the clerk came back with the notes in his hand. He had just got to the bank in the nick of time. As the cash for my draft was handed to him over the counter, the clock struck 5, and he heard the order given to close the doors. When I had counted the bank notes and had locked them up in the safe, my better sense seemed to come back to me on a sudden. Never have I reproached myself before or since as I reproached myself at that moment. What sort of return had I made for Mr. Fauntleroy's fatherly kindness to me? I had insulted him by the meanest, the grossest distrust of the honor and the credit of his house. And that on the word of an absolute stranger, of a vagabond, if ever there was one yet. It was madness, downright madness, in any man to have acted as I had done. I could not account for my own inconceivably thoughtless proceeding. I could hardly believe in it myself. I opened the safe and looked at the bank notes again. I locked it once more, and flung the key down on the table in a fury of vexation against myself. There the money was, upbraiding me with my own inconceivable folly, telling me in the plainest terms that I had risked depriving myself of my best and kindest friend henceforth and for ever. It was necessary to do something at once toward making all the atonement that lay in my power. I felt that, as soon as I began to cool down a little. There was but one plain, straightforward way left now out of the scrape in which I had been mad enough to involve myself. I took my hat, and without stopping an instant to hesitate, hurried off to the bank to make a clean breast of it to Mr. Fauntleroy. When I knocked at the private door and asked for him, I was told that he had not been at the bank for the last 2 days. One of the other partners was there, however, and was working at that moment in his own room. I sent in my name at once, and asked to see him. He and I were little better than strangers to each other, and the interview was likely to be, on that account, unspeakably embarrassing and humiliating on my side. Still, I could not go home. I could not endure the inaction of the next day, the Sunday, without having done my best on the spot to repair the error into which my own folly had led me. Uncomfortable as I felt at the prospect of the approaching interview, I should have been far more uneasy in my mind if the partner had declined to see me. To my relief, the bank porter returned with a message requesting me to walk in. What particular form my explanations and apologies took when I tried to offer them is more than I can now tell. I was so confused and distressed that I hardly knew what I was talking about at the time. The one circumstance which I remember clearly is that I was ashamed to refer to my interview with the strange man, and that I tried to account for my sudden withdrawal of my balance by referring it to some inexplicable panic caused by mischievous reports which I was unable to trace to their source, and which, for anything I knew to the contrary, might after all have been only started in jest. Greatly to my surprise, the partner did not seem to notice the lamentable lameness of my excuses, and did not additionally confuse me by asking any questions. A weary, absent look, which I had observed on his face when I came in, remained on it while I was speaking. It seemed to be an effort to him even to keep up the appearance of listening to me, and when at last I fairly broke down in the middle of a sentence, and gave up the hope of getting any further, all the answer he gave me was comprised in these few civil commonplace words: "Never mind, Mr. Trowbridge. Pray don't think of apologizing. We are all liable to make mistakes. Say nothing more about it, and bring the money back on Monday if you still honor us with your confidence." He looked down at his papers as if he was anxious to be alone again, and I had no alternative, of course, but to take my leave immediately. I went home, feeling a little easier in my mind now that I had paved the way for making the best practical atonement in my power by bringing my balance back the first thing on Monday morning. Still, I passed a weary day on Sunday, reflecting, sadly enough, that I had not yet made my peace with Mr. Fauntleroy. My anxiety to set myself right with my generous friend was so intense that I risked intruding myself on his privacy by calling at his town residence on the Sunday. He was not there, and his servant could tell me nothing of his whereabouts. There was no help for it now but to wait till his week-day duties brought him back to the bank. I went to business on Monday morning half an hour earlier than usual, so great was my impatience to restore the amount of that unlucky draft to my account as soon as possible after the bank opened. On entering my office, I stopped with a startled feeling just inside the door. Something serious had happened. The clerks, instead of being at their desks as usual, were all huddled together in a group, talking to each other with blank faces. When they saw me, they fell back behind my managing man, who stepped forward with a circular in his hand. "Have you heard the news, sir?" he said. "No. What is it?" He handed me the circular. My heart gave one violent throb the instant I looked at it. I felt myself turn pale. I felt my knees trembling under me. Marsh, Stracey, Fauntleroy, and Graham had stopped payment. "The circular had not been issued more than half an hour," continued my managing clerk. "I have just come from the bank, sir. The doors are shut. There is no doubt about it. Marsh & Company have stopped this morning." I hardly heard him. I hardly knew who was talking to me. My strange visitor of the Saturday had taken instant possession of all my thoughts, and his words of warning seemed to be sounding once more in my ears. This man had known the true condition of the bank when not another soul outside the doors was aware of it. The last draft paid across the counter of that ruined house, when the doors closed on Saturday, was the draft that I had so bitterly reproached myself for drawing. The one balance saved from the wreck was my balance. Where had the stranger got the information that had saved me, and why had he brought it to my ears? I was still groping, like a man in the dark, for an answer to those two questions. I was still bewildered by the unfathomable mystery of doubt into which they had plunged me, when the discovery of the stopping of the bank was followed almost immediately by a second shock, far more dreadful, far heavier to bear, so far as I was concerned, than the first. While I and my clerks were still discussing the failure of the firm, two mercantile men, who were friends of mine, ran into the office, and overwhelmed us with the news that one of the partners had been arrested for forgery. Never shall I forget the terrible Monday morning when those tidings reached me, and when I knew that the partner was Mr. Fauntleroy. I was true to him. I can honestly say I was true to my belief in my generous friend, when that fearful news reached me. My fellow merchants had got all the particulars of the arrest. They told me that two of Mr. Fauntleroy's fellow trustees had come up to London to make arrangements about selling out some stock. On inquiring for Mr. Fauntleroy at the banking house, they had been informed that he was not there, and, after leaving a message for him, they had gone into the city to make an appointment with their stockbroker for a future day, when their fellow trustee might be able to attend. The stockbroker volunteered to make certain business inquiries on the spot, with a view to saving as much time as possible, and left them at his office to await his return. He came back, looking very much amazed, with the information that the stock had been sold out down to the last £500. The affair was instantly investigated. The document authorizing the selling out was produced, and the two trustees saw on it, side by side with Mr. Fauntleroy's signature, the forged signatures of their own names. This happened on the Friday, and the trustees, without losing a moment, sent the officers of justice in pursuit of Mr. Fauntleroy. He was arrested, brought up before the magistrate, and remanded on the Saturday. On the Monday I heard from my friends the particulars which I have just narrated. But the events of that one morning were not destined to end even yet. I had discovered the failure of the bank and the arrest of Mr. Fauntleroy. I was next to be enlightened in the strangest and the saddest manner on the difficult question of his innocence or his guilt. Before my friends had left my office, before I had exhausted the arguments which my gratitude rather than my reason suggested to me in favor of the unhappy prisoner, a note, marked immediate, was placed in my hands, which silenced me the instant I looked at it. It was written from the prison by Mr. Fauntleroy, and it contained 2 lines only, entreating me to apply for the necessary order, and to go and see him immediately. I shall not attempt to describe the flutter of expectation, the strange mixture of dread and hope that agitated me when I recognized his handwriting and discovered what it was that he desired me to do. I obtained the order and went to the prison. The authorities, knowing the dreadful situation in which he stood, were afraid of his attempting to destroy himself, and had set 2 men to watch him. One came out as they opened his cell door. The other, who was bound not to leave him, very delicately and considerately affected to be looking out of the window the moment I was shown in. He was sitting on the side of his bed, with his head drooping, and his hands hanging listlessly over his knees, when I first caught sight of him. At the sound of my approach he started to his feet, and without speaking a word flung both his arms around my neck. My heart swelled up. "Tell me it's not true, sir. For God's sake, tell me it's not true," was all I could say to him. He never answered. Oh me! He never answered, and he turned away his face. There was one dreadful moment of silence. He still held his arms round my neck, and on a sudden he put his lips close to my ear. "Did you get your money out?" he whispered. "Were you in time on Saturday afternoon?" I broke free from him in the astonishment of hearing those words. "What!" I cried out loud, forgetting the third person at the window. "That man who brought the message?" "Hush!" he said, putting his hand on my lips. "There is no better man to be found after the officers had taken me. I know no more about him than you do. I paid him well as a chance messenger, and risked his cheating me of his errand." "You sent him, then?" "I sent him." My story is over, gentlemen. There is no need for me to tell you that Mr. Fauntleroy was found guilty, and that he died by the hangman's hand. It was in my power to soothe his last moments in this world by taking on myself the arrangement of some of his private affairs, which, while they remained unsettled, weighed heavily on his mind. They had no connection with the crimes he had committed, so I could do him the last little service he was ever to accept at my hands with a clear conscience. I say nothing in defence of his character, nothing in palliation of the offence for which he suffered. But I cannot forget that in the time of his most fearful extremity, when the strong arm of the law had already seized him, he thought of the young man whose humble fortunes he had helped to build, whose heartfelt gratitude he had fairly won, whose simple faith he was resolved never to betray. I leave it to greater intellects than mine to reconcile the anomaly of his reckless falsehood toward others, and his steadfast truth toward me. It is as certain as that we sit here that one of Fauntleroy's last efforts in this world was the effort he made to preserve me from being a loser by the trust that I had placed in him. There is the secret of my strange tenderness for the memory of a felon. That is why the word villain does somehow still grate on my heart when I hear it associated with the name, the disgraced name, I grant you, of the forger Fauntleroy. Pass the bottles, young gentlemen, and pardon a man of the old school for having so long interrupted your conversation with a story of the old time. The 10th day. The storm had burst on us in its full fury. Last night the stout old tower rocked on its foundations. I hardly ventured to hope that the messenger who brings us our letters from the village, the postman, as we call him, would make his appearance this morning, but he came bravely through rain, hail, and wind. The old pony which he usually rides had refused to face the storm, and sooner than disappoint us, our faithful postman had boldly started for the Glen Tower on foot. All his early life had been passed on board ship, and, at 60 years of age, he had battled his way that morning through the storm on shore, as steadily and as resolutely as ever he had battled it in his youth through the storm at sea. I opened the post-bag eagerly. There were 2 letters for Jessie, from young lady friends, a letter for Owen from a charitable society, a letter to me upon business, and, on this last day of all, no newspaper. I sent directly to the kitchen, where the drenched and weary postman was receiving the hospitable attentions of the servants, to make inquiries. The disheartened answer returned was that the newspaper could not have arrived as usual by the morning's post, or it must have been put into the bag along with the letters. No such accident as this had occurred, except on one former occasion, since the beginning of the year. And now, on the very day when I might have looked confidently for news of George's ship, when the state of the weather made the finding of that news of the last importance to my peace of mind, the paper, by some inconceivable fatality, had failed to reach me. If there had been the slightest chance of borrowing a copy in the village, I should have gone there myself, through the tempest, to get it. If there had been the faintest possibility of communicating, in that frightful weather, with the distant county town, I should have sent there, or gone there myself. I even went the length of speaking to the groom, an old servant whom I knew I could trust. The man stared at me in astonishment, and then pointed through the window to the blinding hail and the writhing trees. "No horse that ever was foaled, sir," he said, "would face that for long. It's almost a miracle that the postman got here alive. He says himself that he doesn't go back again. I'll try it, sir, if you order me, but if an accident happens, please to remember that whatever becomes of me, that I warned you beforehand." It was only too plain that the servant was right, and I dismissed him. What I suffered from that one accident of the missing newspaper I am ashamed to tell. No educated man can conceive how little his acquired mental advantages will avail him against his natural human inheritance of superstition, and, under certain circumstances, of fear and suspense, until he has passed the ordeal in his own proper person. We most of us soon arrive at a knowledge of the extent of our strength, but we may pass a lifetime and still be ignorant of the extent of our weakness. Up to this time I had preserved self-control enough to hide the real state of my feelings from our guest, but the arrival of the 10th day, and the unexpected trial it had brought with it, found me at the end of my resources. Jessie's acute observation soon showed her that something had gone wrong, and she questioned me on the subject directly. My mind was in such a state of confusion that no excuse occurred to me. I left her precipitately, and entreated Owen and Morgan to keep her in their company and out of mine, for the rest of the day. My strength to preserve my son's secret had failed me, and my only chance of resisting the betrayal of it lay in the childish resource of keeping out of the way. I shut myself into my room till I could bear it no longer. I watched my opportunity, and paid stolen visits over and over again to the barometer in the hall. I mounted to Morgan's rooms at the top of the tower, and looked out hopelessly through the rain mist and scud for signs of a carriage on the flooded valley road below us. I stole down again to the servants' hall, and questioned the old postman, half tipsy by this time with restorative mulled ale, about his past experience of storms at sea. Drew him into telling long, rambling, wearisome stories, not 1/10 part of which I heard, and left him with my nervous irritability increased tenfold by his useless attempts to interest and inform me. Hour by hour, all through that miserable day, I opened windows and doors to feel for myself the capricious changes of the storm, from worse to better, and from better to worse again. Now I sent once more for the groom, when it looked lighter, and now I followed him hurriedly to the stables to countermand my own rash orders. My thoughts seemed to drive over my mind as the rain drove over the earth. The confusion within me was the image, in little, of the mightier turmoil that raged outside. Before we assembled at the dinner table, Owen whispered to me that he had made my excuses to our guest, and that I need dread nothing more than a few friendly inquiries about my health when I saw her again. The meal was dispatched hastily and quietly. Toward dusk the storm began to lessen, and for a moment the idea of sending to the town occurred to me once more. But, now that the obstacle of weather had been removed, the obstacle of darkness was set up in its place. I felt this. I felt that a few more hours would decide the doubt about George, so far as this last day was concerned, and I determined to wait a little longer, having already waited so long. My resolution was the more speedily taken in this matter, as I had now made up my mind, in sheer despair, to tell my son's secret to Jessie if he failed to return before she left us. My reason warned me that I should put myself and my guest in a false position by taking this step, but something stronger than my reason forbade me to let her go back to the gay world and its temptations without first speaking to her of George, in the lamentable event of George not being present to speak for himself. We were a sad and silent little company when the clock struck 8 that night, and when we met for the last time to hear the last story. The shadow of the approaching farewell, itself the shade of the long farewell, rested heavily on our guest's spirits. The gay dresses which she had hitherto put on to honor our little ceremony were all packed up, and the plain gown she wore kept the journey of the morrow cruelly before her eyes and ours. A quiet melancholy shed its tenderness over her bright young face as she drew the last number, for form's sake, out of the bowl, and handed it to Owen with a faint smile. Even our positions at the table were altered now. Under the pretence that the light hurt my eyes, I moved back into a dim corner to keep my anxious face out of view. Morgan, looking at me hard, and muttering under his breath, "Thank heaven I never married," stole his chair by degrees, with rough, silent kindness, nearer and nearer to mine. Jessie, after a moment's hesitation, vacated her place next, and saying that she wanted to sit close to one of us on the farewell night, took a chair at Owen's side. Sad, sad! We had instinctively broken up already, so far as our places at the table were concerned, before the reading of the last story had so much as begun. It was a relief when Owen's quiet voice stole over the weary silence, and pleaded for our attention to the occupation of the night. "Number 6, he said, is the number that chance has left to remain till the last. The manuscript to which it refers is not, as you may see, in my handwriting. It consists entirely of passages from the diary of a poor hard-working girl, passages which tell an artless story of love and friendship in humble life. When that story has come to an end, I may inform you how I became possessed of it. If I did so now, I should only forestall one important part of the interest of the narrative. I have made no attempt to find a striking title for it. It is called, simply and plainly, after the name of the writer of the diary, The Story of Anne Rodway. In the short pause that Owen made before he began to read, I listened anxiously for the sound of a traveller's approach outside. At short intervals all through the story I listened and listened again. Still nothing caught my ear but the trickle of the rain and the rush of the sweeping wind through the valley, sinking gradually lower and lower as the night advanced. End of section 38.
Chapter 39 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 39. Part 1. Brother Owen's story of Anne Rodway, taken from her diary. March 3rd, 1840. A long letter today from Robert, which surprised and vexed me so that I have been sadly behindhand with my work ever since. He writes in worse spirits than last time, and absolutely declares that he is poorer even than when he went to America, and that he has made up his mind to come home to London. How happy I should be at this news, if he only returned to me a prosperous man. As it is, though I love him dearly, I cannot look forward to the meeting him again, disappointed and broken down and poorer than ever, without a feeling almost of dread for both of us. I was 26 last birthday, and he was 33, and there seems less chance now than ever of our being married. It is all I can do to keep myself by my needle, and his prospects, since he failed in the small stationery business 3 years ago, are worse, if possible, than mine. Not that I mind so much for myself. Women in all ways of life, and especially in my dressmaking way, learn, I think, to be more patient than men. What I dread is Robert's despondency, and the hard struggle he will have in this cruel city to get his bread, let alone making money enough to marry me. So little as poor people want to set up in housekeeping and be happy together, it seems hard that they can't get it when they are honest and hearty and willing to work. The clergyman said in his sermon last Sunday evening that all things were ordered for the best, and we are all put into the stations in life that are properest for us. I suppose he was right, being a very clever gentleman who fills the church to crowding, but I think I should have understood him better if I had not been very hungry at the time, in consequence of my own station in life being nothing but plain needlewoman. March 4th. Mary Mallinson came down to my room to take a cup of tea with me. I read her bits of Robert's letter to show her that, if she has her troubles, I have mine too, but I could not succeed in cheering her. She says she is born to misfortune, and that as long back as she can remember she has never had the least morsel of luck to be thankful for. I told her to go and look in my glass, and to say if she had nothing to be thankful for then, for Mary is a very pretty girl, and would look still prettier if she could be more cheerful and dress neater. However, my compliment did no good. She rattled her spoon impatiently in her teacup and said, "If I was only as good a hand at needlework as you are, I would change faces with the ugliest girl in London." "Not you," says I, laughing. She looked at me for a moment and shook her head, and was out of the room before I could get up and stop her. She always runs off in that way when she is going to cry, having a kind of pride about letting other people see her tears. March 5th. A fright about Mary. I had not seen her all day, as she does not work at the same place where I do, and in the evening she never came down to have tea with me, or she sent me word to go to her. So, just before I went to bed, I ran upstairs to say good night. She did not answer when I knocked, and when I stepped softly in the room, I saw her in bed, asleep, with her work not half done, lying about the room in the untidiest way. There was nothing remarkable in that, and I was just going away on tiptoe when a tiny bottle and wine-glass on the chair by her bedside caught my eye. I thought she was ill and had been taking physic, and I looked at the bottle. It was marked in large letters, "Laudanum, poison." My heart gave a jump, as if it was going to fly out of me. I laid hold of her with both hands and shook her with all my might. She was sleeping heavily and woke slowly, as it seemed to me, but still she did wake. I tried to pull her out of bed, having heard that people ought to be always walked up and down when they have taken laudanum, but she resisted, and pushed me away violently. "Anne," says she in a fright, "for gracious sake, what's come to you? Are you out of your senses?" "Oh, Mary, Mary," says I, holding up the bottle before her, "if I hadn't come in when I did," and I laid hold of her to shake her again. She looked puzzled at me for a moment, then smiled, for the first time I had seen her do so for many a long day, then put her arms round my neck. "Don't be frightened about me, Anne," she says. "I am not worth it, and there is no need." "No need," says I, out of breath. "No need, when the bottle has got poison marked on it." "Poison, dear, if you take it at all," says Mary, looking at me very tenderly, "and a night's rest, if you only take a little." I watched her for a moment, doubtful whether I ought to believe what she said or to alarm the house. But there was no sleepiness now in her eyes, nothing drowsy in her voice, and she sat up in bed quite easily, without anything to support her. "You have given me a dreadful fright, Mary," says I, sitting down by her in the chair, and beginning by this time to feel rather faint after being startled so. She jumped out of bed to get me a drop of water, and kissed me, and said how sorry she was, and how undeserving of so much interest being taken in her. At the same time she tried to possess herself of the laudanum bottle, which I still kept cuddled up tight in my own hands. "No," says I, "you have got into a low-spirited, despairing way. I won't trust you with it." "I'm afraid I can't do without it," says Mary in her usual quiet, hopeless voice. "What with work that I can't get through as I ought, and troubles that I can't help thinking of, sleep won't come to me unless I take a few drops out of that bottle. Don't keep it away from me, Anne. It's the only thing in the world that makes me forget myself." Forget yourself, says I. You have no right to talk in that way at your age. There's something horrible in the notion of a girl of 18 sleeping with a bottle of laudanum by her bedside every night. We all of us have our troubles. Haven't I got mine? You can do twice the work I can, twice as well as me, says Mary. You are never scolded and rated out for awkwardness with your needle, and I always am. You can pay for your room every week, and I am 3 weeks in debt for mine. A little more practice, says I, and a little more courage, and you will soon do better. You've got all your life before you. I wish I was at the end of it, says she, breaking in. I am alone in the world, and my life's no good to me. You ought to be ashamed of yourself for saying so, says I. Haven't you got me for a friend? Didn't I take a fancy to you when you first left your stepmother and came to lodge in this house? And haven't I been sisters with you ever since? Suppose you are alone in the world. Am I much better off? I'm an orphan like you. I've almost as many things in pawn as you, and if your pockets are empty, mine have only got 9p in them to last me for all the rest of the week. Your father and mother were honest people, says Mary obstinately. My mother ran away from her home and died in a hospital. My father was always drunk and always beating me. My stepmother is as good as dead, for all she cares about me. My only brother is thousands of miles away in foreign parts, and never writes to me, and never helps me with a farthing. My sweetheart—" She stopped, and the red flew into her face. I knew if she went on that way, she would only get to the saddest part of her sad story, and to give both herself and me unnecessary pain. My sweetheart is too poor to marry me, Mary, I said, so I am not so much to be envied even there. But let's give over disputing which is worst off. Lie down in bed, and let me tuck you up. I'll put a stitch or two into that work of yours while you go to sleep. Instead of doing what I told her, she burst out crying, being very like a child in some of her ways, and hugged me so tight round the neck that she quite hurt me. I let her go on till she had worn herself out and was obliged to lie down. Even then, her last few words before she dropped off to sleep were such as I was half sorry, half frightened to hear. I won't plague you long, Anne, she said. I haven't courage to go out of the world, as you seem to fear I shall. But I began my life wretchedly, and wretchedly I am sentenced to end it. It was no use lecturing her again, for she closed her eyes. I tucked her up as neatly as I could, and put her petticoat over her, for the bedclothes were scanty, and her hands felt cold. She looked so pretty and delicate as she fell asleep, that it quite made my heart ache to see her after such talk as we had held together. I just waited long enough to be quite sure that she was in the land of dreams, then emptied the horrible laudanum bottle into the grate, took up her half-done work, and, going out softly, left her for that night. March 6th. Sent off a long letter to Robert, begging and entreating him not to be so downhearted, and not to leave America without making another effort. I told him I could bear any trial except the wretchedness of seeing him come back a helpless, broken-down man, trying uselessly to begin life again when too old for a change. It was not till after I had posted my own letter and read over part of Robert's again that the suspicion suddenly floated across me for the first time that he might have sailed for England immediately after writing to me. There were expressions in the letter which seemed to indicate that he had some such headlong project in his mind. And yet, surely, if it were so, I ought to have noticed them at the first reading. I can only hope I am wrong in my present interpretation of much of what he has written to me. Hope it earnestly for both our sakes. This has been a doleful day for me. I have been uneasy about Robert, and uneasy about Mary. My mind is haunted by those last words of hers. I began my life wretchedly, and wretchedly I am sentenced to end it. Her usual melancholy way of talking never produced the same impression on me that I feel now. Perhaps the discovery of the laudanum bottle is the cause of this. I would give many a hard day's work to know what to do for Mary's good. My heart warmed to her when we first met in the same lodging-house 2 years ago, and although I am not one of the over-affectionate sort myself, I feel as if I could go to the world's end to serve that girl. Yet, strange to say, if I was asked why I was so fond of her, I don't think I should know how to answer the question. March 7th. I am almost ashamed to write it down, even in this journal, which no eyes but mine ever look on. Yet I must honestly confess to myself that here I am, at nearly 1 a.m, sitting up in a state of serious uneasiness because Mary has not yet come home. I walked with her this morning to the place where she works, and tried to lead her into talking of the relations she has got who are still alive. My motive in doing this was to see if she dropped anything in the course of conversation which might suggest a way of helping her interests with those who are bound to give her all reasonable assistance. But the little I could get her to say to me led to nothing. Instead of answering my questions about her stepmother and her brother, she persisted at first in the strangest way in talking of her father, who was dead and gone, and of one Noah Truscott, who had been the worst of all the bad friends he had had, and had taught him to drink and game. When I did get her to speak of her brother, she only knew that he had gone out to a place called Assam, where they grew tea. How he was doing, or whether he was still there, she did not seem to know, never having heard a word from him for years and years past. As for her stepmother, Mary not unnaturally flew into a passion the moment I spoke of her. She keeps an eating-house at Hammersmith, and could have given Mary good employment in it. But she seems always to have hated her, and to have made her life so wretched with abuse and ill usage that she had no refuge left but to go away from home and do her best to make a living for herself. Her husband, Mary's father, appears to have behaved badly to her, and after his death she took the wicked course of revenging herself on her stepdaughter. I felt after this that it was impossible Mary could go back, and that it was the hard necessity of her position, as it is of mine, that she should struggle on to make a decent livelihood without assistance from any of her relations. I confessed as much as this to her, but I added that I would try to get her employment with the persons for whom I work, who pay higher wages and show a little more indulgence to those under them than the people to whom she is now obliged to look for support. I spoke much more confidently than I felt about being able to do this, and left her, as I thought, in better spirits than usual. She promised to be back to-night to tea at 9 o'clock, and now it is nearly 1 in the morning, and she is not at home yet. If it was any other girl, I should not feel uneasy, for I should make up my mind that there was extra work to be done in a hurry, and that they were keeping her late, and that I should go to bed. But Mary is so unfortunate in everything that happens to her, and her own melancholy talk about herself keeps hanging on my mind so, that I have fears on her account which would not distress me about any one else. It seems inexcusably silly to think such a thing, much more to write it down. But I have a kind of nervous dread upon me that some accident— What does that loud knocking at the street door mean? And those voices and heavy footsteps outside? Some lodger who has lost his key, I suppose. And yet, my heart, what a coward I become all of a sudden! More knocking and louder voices. I must run to the door and see what it is. Oh, Mary, Mary! I hope I am not going to have another fright about you, but I feel sadly like it. March 8th, March 9th, March 10th, March 11th. Oh me! All the troubles I have ever had in my life are as nothing to the trouble I am in now. For 3 days I have not been able to write a single line in this journal, which I have kept so regularly ever since I was a girl. For 3 days I have not once thought of Robert, I, who am always thinking of him at other times. My poor, dear, unhappy Mary! The worst I feared for you on that night when I sat up alone was far below the dreadful calamity that has really happened. How can I write about it with my eyes full of tears and my hand all of a tremble? I don't even know why I am sitting down at my desk now, unless it is habit that keeps me to my old everyday task, in spite of all the grief and fear which seem to unfit me entirely for performing it. The people of the house were asleep and lazy on that dreadful night, and I was the first to open the door. Never, never could I describe in writing, or even say in plain talk, though it is so much easier, what I felt when I saw 2 policemen come in, carrying between them what seemed to me to be a dead girl, and that girl Mary. I caught hold of her and gave a scream that must have alarmed the whole house, for frightened people came crowding downstairs in their night-dresses. There was a dreadful confusion and noise of loud talking, but I heard nothing and saw nothing till I had got her into my room and laid on my bed. I stooped down, frantic-like, to kiss her, and saw an awful mark of a blow on the left temple, and felt, at the same time, a feeble flutter of her breath on my cheek. The discovery that she was not dead seemed to give me back my senses again. I told one of the policemen where the nearest doctor was to be found, and sat down by the bedside while he was gone, and bathed her poor head with cold water. She never opened her eyes, or moved, or spoke, but she breathed, and that was enough for me, because it was enough for life. The policeman left in the room was a big, thick-voiced, pompous man, with a horrible, unfeeling pleasure in hearing himself talk before an assembly of frightened, silent people. He told us how he had found her, as if he had been telling a story in a tap-room, and began with saying, "I don't think the young woman was drunk." "Drunk? My Mary, who might have been born lady for all the spirits she ever touched, drunk!" I could have struck the man for uttering the word, with her lying, poor suffering angel, so white and still and helpless before him. As it was, I gave him a look, but he was too stupid to understand it, and went droning on, saying the same thing over and over in the same words. And yet the story of how they found her was, like all sad stories I've ever heard told in real life, so very, very short. They had just seen her lying along the curbstone a few streets off, and had taken her to the station house. There she had been searched, and one of my cards that I gave to the ladies who promised me employment had been found in her pocket, and so they had brought her to our house. This was all the man really had to tell. There was nobody near her when she was found, and no evidence to show how the blow on her temple had been inflicted. What a time it was before the doctor came, and how dreadful to hear him say, after he had looked at her, that he was afraid all the medical men in the world could be of no use here. He could not get her to swallow anything, and the more he tried to bring her back to her senses, the less chance there seemed of his succeeding. He examined the blow on her temple, and said he thought she must have fallen down in a fit of some sort, and struck her head against the pavement, and so have given her brain what he was afraid was a fatal shake. I asked what was to be done if she showed any return to sense in the night. He said, "Send for me directly," and stopped for a little while afterward, stroking her head gently with his hand, and whispering to himself, "Poor girl, so young and so pretty." I had felt some minutes before as if I could have struck the policeman, and I felt now as if I could have thrown my arms round the doctor's neck and kissed him. I did put out my hand when he took up his hat, and he shook it in the friendliest way. "Don't hope, my dear," he said, and went out. The rest of the lodgers followed him, all silent and shocked, except the inhuman wretch who owns the house and lives in idleness on the high rents he wrings from poor people like us. "She's 3 weeks in my debt," says he, with a frown and an oath. "Where the devil is my money to come from now?" Brute! Brute! I had a long cry alone with her that seemed to ease my heart a little. She was not the least changed for the better when I had wiped away the tears and could see her clearly again. I took up her right hand, which lay nearest to me. It was tight clenched. I tried to unclasp the fingers, and succeeded after a little time. Something dark fell out of the palm of her hand as I straightened it. I picked the thing up and smoothed it out, and saw that it was an end of a man's cravat, a very old, rotten, dingy strip of black silk, with thin lilac lines, all blurred and deadened with dirt, running across and across the stuff in a sort of trellis-work pattern. The small end of the cravat was hemmed in the usual way, but the other end was all jagged, as if the morsel then in my hand had been torn off violently from the rest of the stuff. A chill ran all over me as I looked at it, for that poor, stained, crumpled end of a cravat seemed to be saying to me, as though it had been in plain words, "If she dies, she has come to her death by foul means, and I am the witness of it." I had been frightened enough before, lest she should die suddenly and quietly without my knowing it while we were alone together, but I got into a perfect agony now, for fear this last worst affliction should take me by surprise. I don't suppose 5 minutes passed, all that woeful night through, without my getting up and putting my cheek close to her mouth to feel if the faint breaths still fluttered out of it. They came and went just the same as at first, though the fright I was in often made me fancy they were stilled forever. Just as the church clocks were striking 4, I was startled by seeing the room door open. It was only Dusty Sal, as they called her in the house, the maid of all work. She was wrapped up in the blanket off her bed, her hair was all tumbled over her face, and her eyes were heavy with sleep as she came up to the bedside where I was sitting. "I've got 2 hours good before I begin to work," says she in her hoarse, drowsy voice, "and I've come to sit up and take my turn at watching her. You lay down and get some sleep on the rug. Here's my blanket for you. I don't mind the cold. It will keep me awake." "You are very kind, very, very kind and thoughtful, Sally," says I, "but I am too wretched in my mind to want sleep or rest or to do anything but wait where I am and try to hope for the best." "And then I'll wait too," says Sally. "I must do something. If there's nothing to do but waiting, I'll wait." And she sat down opposite me at the foot of the bed, and drew the blanket close round her with a shiver. "After working so hard as you do, I'm sure you must want all the little rest you can get," says I. "Excepting only you," says Sally, putting her heavy arm very clumsily but very gently at the same time round Mary's feet, and looking hard at the pale, still face on the pillow. "Excepting you. She's the only soul in this house as never swore at me, or gave me a hard word that I can remember. When you made puddings on Sundays, and give her half, she always give me a bit. The rest of 'em calls me Dusty Sal, excepting only you again. She always called me Sally, as if she knowed me in a friendly way. I ain't no good here, but I ain't no harm neither, and I shall take my turn at sitting up. That's what I shall do." She nestled her head down close at Mary's feet as she spoke those words, and said no more. I once or twice thought she had fallen asleep, but whenever I looked at her, her heavy eyes were always wide open. She never changed her position an inch till the church clocks struck 6. Then she gave one little squeeze to Mary's feet with her arm, and shuffled out of the room without a word. A minute or two after, I heard her down below, lighting the kitchen fire just as usual. A little later the doctor stepped over before his breakfast time to see if there had been any change in the night. He only shook his head when he looked at her as if there was no hope. Having nobody else to consult that I could put trust in, I showed him the end of the cravat, and told him of the dreadful suspicion that had arisen in my mind when I found it in her hand. "You must keep it carefully and produce it at the inquest," he said. "I don't know, though, that it is likely to lead to anything. That bit of stuff may have been lying on the pavement near her, and her hand may have unconsciously clutched it when she fell. Was she subject to fainting fits?" "Not more so, sir, than other young girls who are hard worked and anxious and weakly from poor living," I answered. "I can't say that she might not have got that blow from a fall," the doctor went on, looking at her temple again. "I can't say that it presents any positive appearance of having been inflicted by another person. It will be important, however, to ascertain what state of health she was in last night. Have you any idea where she was yesterday evening?" I told him where she was employed at work, and said I imagined she must have been kept there later than usual. "I shall pass the place this morning," said the doctor, "in going my rounds among my patients, and I'll just step in and make some inquiries." I thanked him, and we parted. Just as he was closing the door, he looked in again. "Was she your sister?" he asked. "No, sir, only my dear friend." He said nothing more, but I heard him sigh as he shut the door softly. Perhaps he once had a sister of his own, and lost her. Perhaps she was like Mary in the face. The doctor was hours gone away. I began to feel unspeakably forlorn and helpless, so much so as even to wish selfishly that Robert might really have sailed from America, and might get to London in time to assist and console me. No living creature came into the room but Sally. The first time she brought me some tea, the second and third times she only looked in to see if there was any change. I glanced her eye toward the bed. I had never known her so silent before. It seemed almost as if this dreadful accident had struck her dumb. I ought to have spoken to her, perhaps, but there was something in her face that daunted me, and besides, the fever of anxiety I was in began to dry up my lips, as if they would never be able to shape any words again. I was still tormented by that frightful apprehension of the past night, that she would die without my knowing it, die without saying one word to clear up the awful mystery of this blow, and set the suspicions at rest forever which I still felt whenever my eyes fell on the end of the old cravat. At last the doctor came back. "I think you may safely clear your mind of any doubts to which that bit of stuff may have given rise," he said. "She was, as you supposed, detained late by her employers, and she fainted in the workroom. They most unwisely and unkindly let her go home alone without giving her any stimulant as soon as she came to her senses again. Nothing is more probable under these circumstances than that she should faint a second time on her way here. A fall on the pavement, without any friendly arm to break it, might have produced even a worse injury than the injury we see. I believe that the only ill usage to which the poor girl was exposed was the neglect she met with in the workroom." "You speak very reasonably, I own, sir," said I, not yet quite convinced. "Still, perhaps she may—" "My poor girl, I told you not to hope," said the doctor, interrupting me. He went to Mary, lifted up her eyelids, and looked at her eyes while he spoke, then added, "If you still doubt how she came by that blow, do not encourage the idea that any words of hers will ever enlighten you. She will never speak again. Not dead? Oh, sir, don't say she's dead. She is dead to pain and sorrow, dead to speech and recognition. There is more animation in the life of the feeblest insect that flies than in the life that is left in her. When you look at her now, try to think that she is in heaven. That is the best comfort I can give you after telling the hard truth. I did not believe him. I could not believe him. So long as she breathed at all, so long I was resolved to hope. Soon after the doctor was gone, Sally came in again and found me listening, if I may call it so, at Mary's lips. She went to where my little hand-glass hangs against the wall, took it down, and gave it to me. "See if the breath marks it," she said. Yes, her breath did mark it, but very faintly. Sally cleaned the glass with her apron and gave it back to me. As she did so, she half stretched out her hand to Mary's face, but drew it in again suddenly, as if she was afraid of soiling Mary's delicate skin with her hard, horny fingers. Going out, she stopped at the foot of the bed and scraped away a little patch of mud that was on one of Mary's shoes. "I always used to clean 'em for her," said Sally, "to save her hands from getting blacked. May I take 'em off now and clean 'em again?" I nodded my head, for my heart was too heavy to speak. Sally took the shoes off with a slow, awkward tenderness and went out. An hour or more must have passed, when, putting the glass over her lips again, I saw no mark on it. I held it closer and closer. I dulled it accidentally with my own breath, and cleaned it. I held it over her again. "Oh, Mary, Mary, the doctor was right. I ought to have only thought of you in heaven, dead without a word, without a sign, without even a look to tell the true story of the blow that killed her. I could not call to anybody. I could not cry. I could not so much as put the glass down and give her a kiss for the last time. I don't know how long I had sat there with my eyes burning, my hands deadly cold, when Sally came in with the shoes cleaned and carried carefully in her apron, for fear of the soil touching them. At the sight of that, I can write no more. My tears drop so fast on the paper that I can see nothing. March 12th. She died on the afternoon of the 8th. On the morning of the 9th, I wrote, as in duty bound, to her stepmother at Hammersmith. There was no answer. I wrote again. My letter was returned to me this morning, unopened. For all that woman cares, Mary might be buried with a pauper's funeral. But this shall never be if I pawn everything about me, down to the very gown that is on my back. The bare thought of Mary being buried by the workhouse gave me the spirit to dry my eyes and to go to the undertaker's and tell him how I was placed. I said, if he would get me an estimate of all that would have to be paid, from first to last, for the cheapest decent funeral that could be had, I would undertake to raise the money. He gave me the estimate, written in this way, like a common bill. A walking funeral complete, pounds 1, 13.8. Vestry 0.44. Rector 0.44. Clerk 0.10. Sexton 0.10. Beadle 0.10. Bell 0.10. 6 feet of ground 0.20. Total pounds 2.84. If I had the heart to give any thought to it, I should be inclined to wish that the church could afford to do without so many small charges, for burying poor people to whose friends even shillings are of consequence. But it is useless to complain. The money must be raised at once. And the charitable doctor, a poor man himself, or he would not be living in our neighbourhood, has subscribed 10 shillings toward the expense, and the coroner, when the inquest was over, added 5 more. Perhaps others may assist me. If not, I have, fortunately, clothes and furniture of my own to pawn, and I must set about parting with them without delay, for the funeral is to be tomorrow, the 13th. The funeral! Mary's funeral! It is well that the straits and difficulties I am in keep my mind on the stretch. If I had leisure to grieve, where should I find the courage to face tomorrow? Thank God they did not want me at the inquest. The verdict given, with the doctor, the policeman, and 2 persons from the place where she worked for witnesses, was accidental death. The end of the cravat was produced, and the coroner said that it was certainly enough to suggest suspicion. But the jury, in the absence of any positive evidence, held to the doctor's notion that she had fainted and fallen down, and so got the blow to her temple. They reproved the people where Mary worked for letting her go home alone without so much as a drop of brandy to support her, after she had fallen into a swoon from exhaustion before their eyes. The coroner added, on his own account, that he thought the reproof was thoroughly deserved. After that, the cravat end was given back to me by my own desire, the police saying that they could make no investigations with such a slight clue to guide them. They may think so, and the coroner and doctor and jury may think so, but in spite of all that has passed, I am now more firmly persuaded than ever that there is some dreadful mystery in connection with that blow on my poor lost Mary's temple, which has yet to be revealed, and which may come to be discovered through this very fragment of a cravat that I found in her hand. I cannot give any good reason for why I think so, but I know that if I had been one of the jury at the inquest, nothing should have induced me to consent to such a verdict as accidental death. After I had pawned my things, and had begged a small advance of wages at the place where I work to make up what was still wanting to pay for Mary's funeral, I thought I might have had a little quiet time to prepare myself as I best could for tomorrow. But this was not to be. When I got home, the landlord met me in his passage. He was in liquor, and more brutal and pitiless in his way of looking and speaking than ever I saw him before. "So you're going to be fool enough to pay for her funeral, are you?" were his first words to me. I was too weary and heartsick to answer. I only tried to get to my own door. "If you can pay for burying her," he went on, putting himself in front of me, "you can pay her lawful debts. She owes me 3 weeks' rent. Suppose you raise the money for that rent and hand it over to me. I'm not joking. I can promise you. I mean to have my rent, and if somebody don't pay it, I'll have her body seized and sent to the workhouse." Between terror and disgust, I thought I should have dropped to the floor at his feet. But I determined not to let him see how he had horrified me, if I could possibly control myself. So I mustered resolution enough to answer that I did not believe the law gave him any such wicked power over the dead. "I'll teach you what the law is," he broke in. "You'll raise money to bury her, like a born lady, when she's died in my debt, will you? You think I'll let my rights be trampled upon like that, do you? See if I do. I'll give you till tonight to think about it. If I don't have the 3 weeks she owes me before tomorrow, dead or alive, she shall go to the workhouse." This time I managed to push by him and get to my own room and lock the door in his face. As soon as I was alone, I fell into a breathless, suffocating fit of crying that seemed to be shaking me to pieces. But there was no good and no help in tears. I did my best to calm myself after a little while, and tried to think who I should run to for help and protection. The doctor was the first friend I thought of, but I knew he was always out seeing his patients of an afternoon. The beadle was the next person who came into my head. He had the look of being a very dignified, unapproachable kind of man when he came about the inquest, but he talked to me a little then, and said I was a good girl, and seemed, I really thought, to pity me. So to him I determined to apply in my great danger and distress. Most fortunately I found him at home. When I told him of the landlord's infamous threats, and of the misery I was suffering in consequence of them, he rose up with a stamp of his foot, and sent for his gold-laced cocked hat that he wears on Sundays, and his long cane with the ivory top to it. "I'll give it to him," said the beadle. "Come along with me, dear. I think I told you were a good girl at the inquest. If I didn't, I tell you so now. I'll give it to him. Come along with me." And he went out, striding on with his cocked hat and his great cane, and I followed him. "Landlord!" he cries, the moment he gets into the passage, with a thump of his cane on the floor. "Landlord!" with a look all around him as if he was the King of England calling to a beast to come out. The moment the landlord came out and saw who it was, his eye fixed on the cocked hat, and he turned as pale as ashes. "How dare you frighten this poor girl?" says the beadle. "How dare you bully her at this sorrowful time with threatening to do what you know you can't do? How dare you be a cowardly, bullying braggadocio of an unmanly landlord? Don't talk to me. I won't hear you. I'll pull you up, sir, if you say another word to the young woman. I'll pull you up before the authorities of this metropolitan parish. I've had my eyes on you, and the authorities have had their eye on you, and the rector has had his eye on you. We don't like the look of your small shop around the corner. We don't like the look of some of the customers who deal at it. We don't like disorderly characters, and we don't, by any manner of means, like you. Go away. Leave the young woman alone. Hold your tongue, or I'll pull you up. If he says another word or interferes with you again, my dear, come and tell me, and as sure as he's a bullying, unmanly braggadocio of a landlord, I'll pull him up." With those words the beadle gave a loud cough to clear his throat, and another thump of his cane on the floor, and so went striding out again. Before I could open my lips to thank him, the landlord slunk back into his room without a word. I was left alone and unmolested at last, to strengthen myself for the hard trial of my poor love's funeral tomorrow. March 13th. It is all over. A week ago her head rested on my bosom. It is laid in the churchyard now. The fresh earth lies heavy over her grave. I and my dearest friend, the sister of my love, are parted in this world forever. I followed her funeral alone through the cruel, hustling streets. Sally, I thought, might have offered to go with me, but she never so much as came into my room. I did not like to think badly of her for this, and I am glad I restrained myself, for when we got into the churchyard, among the 2 or 3 people who were standing by the open grave, I saw Sally, in her ragged grey shawl and her patched black bonnet. She did not seem to notice me till the last words of the service had been read and the clergyman had gone away. Then she came up and spoke to me. "I couldn't follow along with you," she said, looking at her ragged shawl, "for I hadn't a decent suit of clothes to walk in. I wish I could get vent in for crying for her like you, but I can't. All the crying's been drudged and starved out of me long ago. Don't you think about lighting your fire when you get home. I'll do that, and I'll get you a drop of tea to comfort you." She seemed on the point of saying a kind word or 2 more, when, seeing the beadle coming toward me, she drew back, as if she were afraid of him, and left the churchyard. "Here's my subscription toward the funeral," said the beadle, giving me back his shilling fee. "Don't say anything about it, for it mightn't be approved of in a business point of view, if it came to some people's ears. Has the landlord said anything more to you?" "No, I thought not. He's too polite a man to give me the trouble of pulling him up. Stop crying here, my dear. Take the advice of a man familiar with funerals, and go home." I tried to take his advice, but it seemed like deserting Mary to go away when all the rest forsook her. I waited about till the earth was thrown in and the man had left the place. Then I returned to the grave. Oh, how bare and cruel it was, without so much as a bit of green turf to soften it. Oh, how much harder it seemed to live than to die, when I stood alone looking at the heavy piled up lumps of clay, and thinking of what was hidden beneath them. I was driven home by my own despairing thoughts. The sight of Sally lighting the fire in my room eased my heart a little. When she was gone, I took up Robert's letter again to keep my mind employed on the only subject in the world that has any interest for it now. This fresh reading increased the doubts I had already felt relative to his having remained in America after writing me. My grief and forlornness have made a strange alteration in my former feelings about his coming back. I seem to have lost all my prudence and self-denial, and to care so little about his poverty, and so much about himself, that the prospect of his return is really the only comforting thought I have now to support me. I know this is weak in me, and that his coming back can lead to no good result for either of us, but he is the only living being left to me to love, and I can't explain it, but I want to put my arms round his neck and tell him about Mary. March 14th. I locked up the end of the cravat in my writing desk. No change in the dreadful suspicions that the bare sight of it rouses in me. I tremble if I so much as touch it. March 15th, 16th, 17th. Work, work, work. If I don't knock up, I shall be able to pay back the advance in another week, and then, with a little more pinching in my daily expenses, I may succeed in saving a shilling or 2 to get some turf to put over Mary's grave, and perhaps even a few flowers besides to grow round it. March 18th. Thinking of Robert all day long. Does this mean he is really coming back? If it does, reckoning the distance he is at from New York, and the time ships take to get to England, I might see him by the end of April or the beginning of May. March 19th. I don't remember my mind running once on the end of the cravat yesterday, and I am certain I never looked at it, yet I had the strangest dream concerning it at night. I thought it was lengthened into a long clue, like the silken thread that led to Rosamond's bower. I thought I took hold of it and followed it a little way, and then got frightened and tried to go back, but found that I was obliged, in spite of myself, to go on. It led me through a place like the Valley of the Shadow of Death. In an old print I remember in my mother's copy of the Pilgrim's Progress, I seemed to be months and months following it without any respite, till at last it brought me, on a sudden, face to face with an angel whose eyes were like Mary's. He said to me, "Go on, still. The truth is at the end, waiting for you to find it." I burst out crying, for the angel had Mary's voice as well as Mary's eyes, and woke with my heart sobbing and my cheeks all wet. What is the meaning of this? Is it always superstitious, I wonder, to believe that dreams may come true? Section 40 of the Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash. Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Section 40. Brother Owen's Story of Anne Broadway. Part 2. April 30th. I have found it. God knows to what results it may lead, but it is as certain as that I am sitting here before my journal that I have found the cravat from which the end in Mary's hand was torn. I discovered it last night, but the flutter I was in, and the nervousness and uncertainty I felt, prevented me from noting down this most extraordinary and unexpected event at the time when it happened. Let me try if I can preserve the memory of it in writing now. I was going home rather late from work, when I suddenly remembered that I had forgotten to buy myself any candles the evening before, and that I should be left in the dark if I did not manage to rectify this mistake in some way. The shop close to me, at which I usually deal, would be shut up, I knew, before I could get to it, so I determined to go into the first place I passed where candles were sold. This turned out to be a small shop with 2 counters, which did business on one side in the general grocery way, and on the other side in the rag and bottle and old iron line. There were several customers on the grocery side when I went in, so I waited on the empty rag side till I could be served. Glancing about me here at the worthless-looking things by which I was surrounded, my eye was caught by a bundle of rags lying on the counter, as if they had just been brought in and left there. From mere idle curiosity, I looked close at the rags, and saw among them something like an old cravat. I took it up directly and held it under a gaslight. The pattern was blurred lilac lines running across and across the dingy black ground in a trellis-work form. I looked at the ends. One of them was torn off. How I managed to hide the breathless surprise into which this discovery threw me, I cannot say, but I certainly contrived to steady my voice somehow, and to ask for my candles calmly when the man and woman serving in the shop, having disposed of their other customers, inquired of me what I wanted. As the man took down the candles, my brain was all in a whirl with trying to think how I could get possession of the old cravat without exciting any suspicion. Chance, and a little quickness on my part in taking advantage of it, put the object within my reach in a moment. The man, having counted out the candles, asked the woman for some paper to wrap them in. She produced a piece much too small and flimsy for the purpose, and declared, when he called for something better, that the day's supply of stout paper was all exhausted. He flew into a rage with her for managing so badly. Just as they were beginning to quarrel violently, I stepped back to the rag counter, and took the old cravat carelessly out of the bundle, and said, in as light a tone as I could possibly assume, "Come, come, don't let my candles be the cause of hard words between you. Tie this ragged old thing round them with a piece of string, and I shall carry them home quite comfortably." The man seemed disposed to insist on the stout paper being produced, but the woman, as if she was glad of an opportunity of spiting him, snatched the candles away and tied them up in a moment in the torn old cravat. I was afraid he would have struck her before my face, he seemed in such a fury, but, fortunately, another customer came in and obliged him to put his hands to peaceable and proper use. "Quite a bundle of all sorts on the opposite counter there," I said to the woman as I paid her for the candles. "Yes, and all hoarded up for sale by a poor creature with a lazy brute of a husband, who lets his wife do all the work while he spends all the money," answered the woman with a malicious look at the man by her side. "He can't surely have much money to spend, if his wife has no better work to do than picking up rags," said I. "It isn't her fault if she hasn't got no better," says the woman rather angrily. "She's ready to turn her hand to anything, charing, washing, laying out, keeping empty houses. Nothing comes amiss to her. She's my half-sister, and I think I ought to know." "Did you say she went out charing?" I asked, making believe as if I knew of somebody who might employ her. "Yes, of course I did," answered the woman. "And if you can put a job into her hands, you'll be doing a good turn to a poor hard-working creature as she wants it. She lives down the Mews here to the right, name of Horlick, and as honest a woman as ever stood in shoe-leather. Now then, ma'am, what for you?" Another customer came in just then, and occupied her attention. I left the shop, passed the turning that led down to the Mews, looked up at the name of the street so as to know how to find it again, and then ran home as fast as I could. Perhaps it was the remembrance of my strange dream striking me on a sudden, or perhaps it was the shock of the discovery I had just made, but I began to feel frightened without knowing why, and anxious to be under shelter in my own room. If Robert should come back! Oh, what a relief and help it would be now if Robert should come back. May 1st. On getting indoors last night, the first thing I did after striking a light was to take the ragged cravat off the candles and smooth it out on the table. I then took the end that had been in poor Mary's hand out of my writing desk, and smoothed that out too. It matched the torn side of the cravat exactly. I put them together and satisfied myself that there was not a doubt of it. Not once did I close my eyes that night. A kind of fever got possession of me, a vehement yearning to go on from this first discovery and to find out more, no matter what the risk might be. The cravat now really became to my mind the clue that I thought I saw in my dream, the clue that I was resolved to follow. I determined to go to Mrs. Horlick this evening on my return from work. I found the Mews easily. A crook-backed dwarf of a man was lounging at the corner of it, smoking his pipe. Not liking his looks, I did not inquire of him where Mrs. Horlick lived, but went down the Mews till I met with a woman and asked her. She directed me to the right number. I knocked at the door, and Mrs. Horlick herself, a lean, ill-tempered, miserable-looking woman, answered it. I told her at once that I had come to ask what her terms were for charing. She stared at me for a moment, then answered my question civilly enough. "You look surprised at a stranger like me finding you out," I said. "I first came to hear of you last night, from a relation of yours, in rather an odd way." And I told her all that had happened in the chandler's shop, bringing in the bundles of rags, and the circumstance of my carrying home the candles in the old torn cravat as often as possible. "It's the first time I've heard of anything belonging to him turning out to any use," said Mrs. Horlick bitterly. "What? The spoiled old neck-handkerchief belonged to your husband, did it?" said I at a venture. "Yes. I pitched his rotten rag of a neck-handkercher into the bundle along with the rest, and I wish I could have pitched him in after it," said Mrs. Horlick. "I'd sell him cheap at any rag shop. There he stands, smoking his pipe at the end of the Mews, out of work for weeks past, the idlest, hump-backed pig in all of London." She pointed to the man whom I had passed on entering the Mews. My cheeks began to burn, and my knees to tremble, for I knew that in tracing the cravat to its owner I was advancing a step toward a fresh discovery. I wished Mrs. Horlick good evening, and said I would write and mention the day on which I wanted her. What I had just been told put a thought into my mind that I was afraid to follow out. I have heard people talk of being light-headed, and I felt as I have heard them say they felt when I retraced my steps up the Mews. My head got giddy, and my eyes seemed able to see nothing but the figure of the little crook-backed man, still smoking his pipe in his former place. I could think of nothing but the mark of the blow on my poor lost Mary's temple. I know that I must have been light-headed, for as I came close to the crook-backed man, I stopped without meaning it. The minute before, there had been no idea in me of speaking to him. I did not know how to speak, or in what way it would be safest to begin, and yet the moment I came face to face with him, something out of myself seemed to stop me, and to make me speak without considering beforehand, without thinking of consequences, without knowing, I may almost say, what words I was uttering, till the instant when they rose to my lips. "When your old necktie was torn, did you know that one end of it went to the rag shop, and the other fell into my hands?" I said these bold words to him suddenly, and, as it seemed, without my own will taking any part in them. He started, stared, changed colour. He was too much amazed by my sudden speaking to find an answer from me. When he did open his lips, it was to say rather to himself than to me, "You're not the girl." "No," I said, with a strange choking at my heart. "I'm her friend." By this time he had recovered his surprise, and he seemed to be aware that he had let out more than he ought. "You might be anybody's friend you like," he said brutally, "so long as you don't come jabbering nonsense here. I don't know you, and I don't understand your jokes." He turned quickly away from me when he had said the last words. He had never once looked fairly at me since I first spoke to him. Was it his hand that had struck the blow? I had only 6 pence in my pocket, but I took it out and followed him. If it had been a 5-pound note, I should have done the same in the state I was in. "Would a pot of beer help you to understand me?" I said, and I offered him the 6 pence. "A pot ain't no great things," he answered, taking the 6 pence doubtfully. "It might lead to something better," I said. His eyes began to twinkle, and he came close to me. Oh, how my legs trembled, how my head swam. "This is all in a friendly way, is it?" he asked in a whisper. I nodded my head. At the moment I could not have spoken for worlds. "Friendly, of course," he went on to himself, "or there would have been a policeman in it. She told you, I suppose, that I wasn't the man." I nodded my head again. It was all I could do to keep myself standing upright. "I suppose it's a case of threatening to have him up, and make him settle it quietly for £1 or 2. How much for me if you lay hold of him?" "Half." I began to be afraid that he would suspect something if I was still silent. The wretch's eyes twinkled again, and he came yet closer. "I drove him to the Red Lion, corner of Dodd Street and Rudgley Street. The house was shut up, but he was let in at the jug and bottle door, like a man who was known to the landlord. That's as much as I can tell you, and I'm certain I'm right. He was the last fare I took up at night. The next morning master gave me the sack, said I cribbed his corn and his fares. I wish I had." I gathered from this that the crook-backed man had been a cab driver. "Why don't you speak?" he asked suspiciously. "Has she been telling you a pack of lies about me? What did she say when she came home?" "What ought she to have said?" "She ought to have said my fare was drunk, and she came in the way as he was going to get into the cab. That's what she ought to have said to begin with." "But after?" "Well, after my fare, by way of larking with her, puts out his leg for it to trip her up, and she stumbles and catches at me for to save herself, and tears off one of the limp ends of my rotten old tie. What do you mean by that, you brute? She says, turning round as soon as she was steady on her legs to my fare. Says my fare to her, I means to teach you to keep a civil tongue in your head. And he ups with his fist. And what's come to you now? What are you looking at me like that for? How do you think a man of my size was to take her part against a man big enough to have eaten me up? Look as much as you like. In my place, you would have done what I done. Drew off when he shook his fist at you. And I swore he'd be the death of you if you didn't start your horse in no time. I saw he was working himself up into a rage, but I could not, if my life had depended on it, have stood near him and looked at him any longer. I just managed to stammer out that I had been walking a long way, and that, not being used to much exercise, I felt faint and giddy with fatigue. He only changed from angry to sulky when I made that excuse. I got a little farther away from him, and then added that he would be at the Mews entrance the next evening. If he would be at the Mews entrance the next evening, I should have something more to say and something more to give him. He grumbled a few suspicious words in answer about doubting whether he should trust me to come back. Fortunately, at that moment, a policeman passed on the opposite side of the way. He slunk down the Mews immediately, and I was free to make my escape. How I got home I can't say, except to think I ran the greater part of the way. Sally opened the door and asked if anything was the matter the moment she saw my face. I answered, "Nothing, nothing." She stopped me as I was going into my room and said, "Smooth your hair a bit and put your collar straight. There's a gentleman in there waiting for you." My heart gave one great bound. I knew who it was in an instant, and rushed into the room like a madwoman. "Oh, Robert, Robert!" All my heart went out to him in those two little words. "Good God, Anne! Has anything happened? Are you ill?" "Mary, my poor, lost, murdered, dear, dear Mary." That was all I could say before I fell on his breast. May 2nd. Misfortunes and disappointments have saddened him a little, but towards me he is unaltered. He is as good, as kind, as gently and truly affectionate as ever. I believe no other man in the world could have listened to the story of Mary's death with such tenderness and pity as he. Instead of cutting me short anywhere, he drew me on to tell more than I had intended, and his first generous words, when I had done, were to assure me that he would see himself to the grass being laid and the flowers planted on Mary's grave. I could almost have gone on my knees and worshipped him when he made me that promise. Surely this best and kindest and noblest of men cannot always be unfortunate. My cheeks burn when I think that he has come back with only a few pounds in his pocket, after all his hard and honest struggles to do well in America. They must be bad people there, when such a man as Robert cannot get on among them. He now talks calmly and resignedly of trying for any one of the lowest employments by which a man can earn his bread honestly in this great city. He who knows French, who can write so beautifully. Oh, if the people who have places to give away only knew Robert as well as I do! what a salary he would have, what a post he would be chosen to occupy. I am writing these lines alone, while he has gone to the Mews to treat with the dastardly, heartless wretch with whom I spoke yesterday. Robert says the creature, I won't call him a man, must be humoured and kept deceived about poor Mary's end, in order that we may discover and bring to justice the monster whose drunken blow was the death of her. I shall know no ease of mind till her murderer is secured, and till I am certain that he will be made to suffer for his crimes. I wanted to go with Robert to the Mews, but he said it was best that he should carry out the rest of the investigation alone, for my strength and resolution have been too hardly taxed already. He said more words in praise of me for what I have been able to do up to this time, which I am almost ashamed to write down with my own pen. Besides, there is no need. Praise from his lips is one of the things that I can trust my memory to preserve to the latest day of my life. May 3rd. Robert was very long last night before he came back to tell me what he had done. He easily recognized the hunchback at the corner of the Mews by my description of him, but he found it a harder time, even with the help of money, to overcome the cowardly wretch's distrust of him as a stranger and a man. However, when this had been accomplished, the main difficulty was conquered. The hunchback, excited by the promise of more money, went at once to the Red Lion to inquire about the person whom he had driven there in his cab. Robert followed him and waited at the corner of the street. The tidings brought by the cabman were of the most unexpected kind. The murderer, I can write of him by no other name, had fallen ill on the very night when he was driven to the Red Lion, and had taken to his bed there and then, and was still confined to it at that very moment. His disease was of a kind that is brought on by excessive drinking, and that affects the mind as well as the body. The people at the public house call it the horrors. Hearing these things, Robert determined to see if he could not find out something more for himself by going and inquiring at the public house in the character of one of the friends of the sick man in bed upstairs. He made 2 important discoveries. First, he found out the name and address of the doctor in attendance. Secondly, he entrapped the barman into mentioning the murderous wretch by his name. This last discovery adds an unspeakably fearful interest to the dreadful misfortune of Mary's death. Noah Truscott, as she told me herself in the last conversation I ever had with her, was the name of the man whose drunken example ruined her father, and Noah Truscott is also the name of the man whose drunken fury killed her. There is something that makes one shudder, something supernatural in this awful fact. Robert agrees with me that the hand of Providence must have guided my steps to that shop, from which all the discoveries since made took their rise. He says he believes that we are the instruments of effecting a righteous retribution, and if he spends his last farthing, he will have the investigation brought to its full end in a court of justice. May 4th. Robert went today to consult a lawyer whom he knew in former times. The lawyer was much interested, though not so seriously impressed as he ought to have been by the story of Mary's death and of the events that have followed it. He gave Robert a confidential letter to take to the doctor in attendance on the double-dyed villain at the Red Lion. Robert left the letter and called again and saw the doctor, who said his patient was getting better and would most likely be up again in 10 days or a fortnight. This statement Robert communicated to the lawyer, and the lawyer has undertaken to have the public-house properly watched, and the hunchback, who is the most important witness, sharply looked after for the next fortnight, or longer if necessary. Here, then, the progress of this dreadful business stops for a while. May 5th. Robert has got a little temporary employment in copying for his friend the lawyer. I am working harder than ever at my needle to make up for the time that has been lost lately. May 6th. Today was Sunday, and Robert proposed that we should go and look at Mary's grave. He who forgets nothing where a kindness is to be done has found time to perform the promise he made to me on the night when we first met. The grave is already, by his orders, covered with turf and planted round with shrubs. Some flowers and a low headstone are to be added, to make the place look worthier of my poor lost darling, who is beneath it. Oh, I hope I shall live long after I'm married to Robert. I want so much time to show him all my gratitude. May 20th. A hard trial to my courage today. I have given evidence at the police office, and I have seen the monster who murdered her. I could only look at him once. I could just see that he was a giant in size, and that he kept his dull, lowering, bestial face turned toward the witness box, and his bloodshot, vacant eyes staring on me. For an instant I tried to confront that look. For an instant I kept my attention fixed on him, on his blotched face, on the short, grizzled hair above it, on his naughty, murderous right hand hanging loose over the bar in front of him, like the paw of a wild beast over the edge of its den. Then the horror of him, the double horror of confronting him in the first place, and afterward of seeing that he was an old man, overcame me, and I turned away, faint, sick, and shuddering. I never faced him again, and at the end of my evidence, Robert considerately took me out. When we met once more at the end of the examination, Robert told me that the prisoner never spoke and never changed his position. He was either fortified by the cruel composure of a savage, or his faculties had not yet thoroughly recovered from the disease that had so lately shaken them. The magistrate seemed to doubt if he was in his right mind, but the evidence of the medical man relieved this uncertainty, and the prisoner was committed for trial on a charge of manslaughter. Why not a charge of murder? Robert explained the law to me when I asked that question. I accepted the explanation, but it did not satisfy me. Mary Mallinson was killed by a blow from the hand of Noah Truscott. That is murder in the sight of God. Why not murder in the sight of the law also? Section 41 of the Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Section 41. Brother Owen's Story of Anne Rodway. Part 3. June 18th. Tomorrow is the day appointed for the trial at the Old Bailey. Before sunset this evening I went to look at Mary's grave. The turf has grown so green since I saw it last, and the flowers are springing up so prettily. A bird was perched, dressing his feathers on the low white headstone that bears the inscription of her name and age. I did not go near enough to disturb the little creature. He looked innocent and pretty on the grave, as Mary herself was in her lifetime. When he flew away, I went and sat for a little by the headstone, and read the mournful lines on it. Oh, my love, my love! What harm or wrong had you ever done in this world that you should die at 18 by a blow from a drunkard's hand? June 19th. The trial. My experience of what happened at it is limited, like my experience of the examination at the police office, to the time occupied in giving my own evidence. They made me say much more than I said before the magistrate. Between examination and cross-examination I had to go into almost all the particulars about poor Mary and her funeral that I have written in this journal, the jury listening to every word I spoke with the most anxious attention. At the end, the judge said a few words to me approving of my conduct, and then there was a clapping of hands among the people in court. I was so agitated and excited that I trembled all over when they let me go out into the air again. I looked at the prisoner both when I entered the witness box and when I left it. The lowering brutality of his face was unchanged, but his faculties seemed to be more alive and observant than they were at the police office. A frightful blue change passed over his face, and he drew his breath so heavily that the gasps were distinctly audible while I mentioned Mary by name and described the mark or the blow on her temple. When they asked me if I knew anything of the prisoner, I answered that I only knew what Mary herself had told me about his having been her father's ruin. He gave a kind of groan and struck both his hands heavily on the dock, and when I passed beneath him on my way out of court, he leaned over suddenly. Whether to speak to me or to strike me I can't say, for he was immediately made to stand upright by the turnkeys on either side of him. While the evidence proceeded, as Robert described it to me, the signs that he was suffering under superstitious terror became more and more apparent, until at last, just as the lawyer appointed to defend him was rising to speak, he suddenly cried out in a voice that startled everyone, up to the very judge on the bench, "Stop!" There was a pause, and all eyes looked at him. The perspiration was pouring over his face like water, and he made strange, uncouth signs with his hands to the judge opposite. "Stop all this!" he cried again. "I've been the ruin of the father, and the death of the child. Hang me before I do more harm. Hang me, for God's sake, out of the way." As soon as the shock produced by this extraordinary interruption had subsided, he was removed, and there followed a long discussion about whether he was of sound mind or not. The matter was left to the jury to decide by their verdict. They found him guilty of the charge of manslaughter, without the excuse of insanity. He was brought up again and condemned to transportation for life. All he did on hearing the dreadful sentence was to reiterate his desperate words, "Hang me before I do more harm. Hang me, for God's sake, out of the way." June 20th. I made yesterday's entry in sadness of heart, and I have not been better in my spirits today. It is something to have brought the murderer to the punishment that he deserves, but the knowledge that this most righteous act of retribution is accomplished brings no consolation with it. The law does indeed punish Noah Truscott for his crime, but can it raise up Mary Mallinson from her last resting place in the churchyard? While writing of the law, I ought to record that the heartless wretch who allowed Mary to be struck down in his presence without making an attempt to defend her is not likely to escape with perfect impunity. The policeman who looked after him to ensure his attendance at the trial discovered that he had committed past offences for which the law can make him answer. A summons was executed upon him, and he was taken before the magistrate the moment he left the court after giving his evidence. I had just written these few lines, and was closing my journal, when there came a knock at the door. I answered it, thinking that Robert had called on his way home to say good night, and found myself face to face with a strange gentleman, who immediately asked for Anne Rodway. On hearing that I was the person inquired for, he requested 5 minutes' conversation with me. I showed him into the little empty room at the back of the house, and waited, rather surprised and fluttered, to hear what he had to say. He was a dark man, with a serious manner and a short, stern way of speaking. I was certain that he was a stranger, and yet there seemed something in his face not unfamiliar to me. He began by taking a newspaper from his pocket and asking me if I was the person who had given evidence at the trial of Noah Truscott on the charge of manslaughter. I answered immediately that I was. "I have been for nearly 2 years in London, seeking Mary Mallinson, and always seeking her in vain," he said. "The first and only news I have had of her I found in the newspaper report of the trial yesterday." He spoke calmly, but there was something in the look of his eyes which showed me that he was suffering in spirit. A certain nervousness overcame me, and I was obliged to sit down. "You knew Mary Mallinson, sir?" I asked as quietly as I could. "I am her brother." I clasped my hands and hid my face in despair. Oh, the bitterness of heart with which I heard him say those simple words. "You were very kind to her," said the calm, tearless man. "In her name and for her sake, I thank you." "Oh, sir," I said, "why did you never write to her when you were in foreign parts?" "I wrote often," he answered, "but Each of my letters contained a remittance of money. Did Mary tell you that she had a stepmother? If she did, you may guess why none of my letters were allowed to reach her. I now know that this woman robbed my sister. Has she lied in telling me that she was never informed of Mary's place of abode? I remember that Mary had never communicated with her stepmother after the separation, and could therefore assure him that the woman had spoken the truth. He paused for a moment after that and sighed. Then he took out a pocket-book and said, I have already arranged for the payment of any legal expenses that may have been incurred by the trial, but I have still to reimburse you for the funeral charges, which you so generously defrayed. Excuse my speaking bluntly on this subject. I am accustomed to look on all matters where money is concerned purely as matters of business. I saw that he was taking several bank notes out of the pocket-book, and stopped him. I will gratefully receive back the little money I actually paid, sir, because I am not well off, and it would be an ungracious act of pride in me to refuse it from you, I said. But I see you handling bank notes, any one of which is far beyond the amount you have to repay me. Pray put them back, sir. What I did for your poor lost sister, I did from my love and fondness for her. You have thanked me for that, and your thanks are all I can receive. He had hitherto concealed his feelings, but I saw them now begin to get the better of him. His eye softened, and he took my hand and squeezed it hard. I beg your pardon, with all my heart. There was silence between us, for I was crying, and I believe at heart he was crying too. At last he dropped my hand, and seemed to change back by an effort to his former calmness. Is there no one belonging to you to whom I can be of service? He asked. I see among the witnesses on the trial the name of a young man who appears to have assisted you in the inquiries which led to the prisoner's conviction. Is he a relation? No, sir. At least not now, but I hope. What? I hope that he may one day be the nearest and dearest relation to me that a woman can have. I said those words boldly, because I was afraid of his otherwise taking some wrong view of the connection between Robert and me. One day, he repeated. One day may be a long time hence. We are neither of us well off, sir, I said. One day means the day when we are a little richer than we are now. Is the young man educated? Can he produce testimonials to his character? Oblige me by writing his name and address down on the back of that card. When I had obeyed, in a handwriting which I am afraid did me no credit, he took out another card and gave it to me. I shall leave England tomorrow, he said. There is nothing now to keep me in my own country. If you are ever in any difficulty or distress, which I pray God you may never be, apply to my London agent, whose address you have here." He stopped and looked at me attentively, then took my hand again. "Where is she buried?" he said suddenly, in a quick whisper, turning his head away. I told him, and added that we had made the grave as beautiful as we could with grass and flowers. I saw his lips whiten and tremble. "God bless and reward you," he said, and drew me toward him quickly and kissed my forehead. I was quite overcome, and sank down and hid my face on the table. When I looked up again, he was gone. Section 42 of The Queen of Hearts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Queen of Hearts by Wilkie Collins. Section 42. Brother Owen's Story of Anne Rodway, Part 4. June 25th, 1841. I write these lines on my wedding morning, when little more than a year has passed since Robert returned to England. His salary was increased yesterday to £150 a year. If only I knew where Mr. Mallinson was, I would write and tell him of our present happiness. But for the situation which his kindness procured for Robert, we might still have been waiting vainly for the day that has now come. I am to work at home for the future, and Sally is to help us in our new abode. If Mary could have lived to see this day! I am not ungrateful for my blessings, but oh, how I miss that sweet face on this morning of all others. I got up to-day early enough to go alone to the grave, and to gather the nosegay that now lies before me from the flowers that grow round it. I shall put it in my bosom when Robert comes to fetch me to the church. Mary would have been my bridesmaid if she had lived, and I can't forget Mary, even on my wedding day. The night. The last words of the last story fell low and trembling from Owen's lips. He waited for a moment while Jessie dried the tears which Anne Rodway's simple diary had drawn from her warm young heart, then closed the manuscript, and taking her hand, patted it in his gentle, fatherly way. "You will be glad to hear, my love," he said, "that I can speak from personal experience of Anne Rodway's happiness. She came to live in my parish soon after the trial at which she appeared as chief witness, and I was the clergyman who married her. Months before that I knew her story, and had read those portions of her diary which you have just heard. When I made her my little present on her wedding day, and when she gratefully entreated me to tell her what she could do for me in return, I asked for a copy of her diary to keep among the papers that I treasured most. The reading of it now and then, I said, will encourage that faith in the brighter and better part of human nature, which I hope, by God's help, to preserve pure to my dying day. And in that way I became possessed of the manuscript. It was Anne's husband who made the copy for me. You have noticed a few withered leaves scattered here and there between the pages. They were put there years since, by the bride's own hand. They are all that now remain of the flowers that Anne Rodway gathered on her marriage morning from Mary Mallinson's grave. Jessie tried to answer, but the words failed on her lips. Between the effect of the story and the anticipation of the parting now so near at hand, the good, impulsive, affectionate creature was fairly overcome. She laid her head on Owen's shoulder and kept tight hold of his hand, and let her heart speak simply for itself, without attempting to help it by a single word. The silence that followed was broken harshly by the tower clock. The heavy hammer slowly rang out 10 strokes through the gloomy night time and the dying storm. I waited till the last humming echo of the clock fainted into dead stillness. I listened once more attentively, and again listened in vain. Then I rose and proposed to my brothers that we should leave our guest to compose herself for the night. When Owen and Morgan were ready to quit the room, I took her by the hand and drew her a little aside. "You leave us early, my dear," I said, "but before you go tomorrow morning—" I stopped to listen for the last time, before the words were spoken which committed me to the desperate experiment of pleading George's cause in defiance of his own request. Nothing caught my ear but the sweep of the weary, weakened wind and the melancholy surging of the shaken trees. "But before you go tomorrow morning," I resumed, "I want to speak to you in private. We shall breakfast at 8 o'clock. Is it asking too much to beg you to come and see me alone in my study at 7:30? Just as her lips opened to answer me, I saw a change pass over her face. I had kept her hand in mine while I was speaking, and I must have pressed it unconsciously so hard as almost to hurt her. She may even have uttered a few words of remonstrance, but they never reached me. My whole hearing sense was seized, absorbed, petrified. At the very instant when I had ceased speaking, I, and I alone, heard a faint sound, a sound that was new to me, fly past the Glen Tower on the wings of the wind. "Open the window, for God's sake!" I cried. My hand mechanically held hers tighter and tighter. She struggled to free it, looking hard at me with pale cheeks and frightened eyes. Owen hastened up and released her, and put his arms round me. "Griffith, Griffith," he whispered, "control yourself, for George's sake." Morgan hurried to the window and threw it open. The wind and rain rushed in fiercely. Welcome, welcome wind! They all heard it now. Oh, Father in heaven, so merciful to fathers on earth, my son, my son! It came in louder and louder with every gust of wind, the joyous, rapid, gathering roll of wheels. my eyes fastened on her as if they could see to her heart, while she stood there with her sweet face turned on me all pale and startled. I tried to speak to her. I tried to break away from Owen's arms, to throw my own arms round her, to keep her on my bosom till he came to take her from me. But all my strength had gone in the long waiting and the long suspense. My head sank on Owen's breast, but still I heard the wheels. Morgan loosened my cravat and sprinkled water over my face. I still heard the wheels. The poor terrified girl ran into her room and came back with her smelling salts. I heard the carriage stop at the house. The room whirled round and round with me, but I heard the eager hurry of footsteps in the hall and the opening of the door. In another moment my son's voice rose clear and cheerful from below, greeting the old servants who loved him. The dear familiar tones just poured into my ear, and then, the moment they filled it, hushed me suddenly to rest. When I came to myself again, my eyes opened upon George. I was lying on the sofa, still in the same room. The lights we had read by in the evening were burning on the table. My son was kneeling at my pillow, and we, too, were alone. The morning. The wind is fainter, but there is still no calm. The rain is ceasing, but there is still no sunshine. The view from my window shows me the mist heavy on the earth, and a dim grey veil drawn darkly over the sky. Less than 12 hours since, such a prospect would have saddened me for the day. I look out at it this morning through the bright medium of my own happiness, and not the shadow of a shade falls across the steady inner sunshine that is pouring over my heart. The pen lingers fondly in my hand, yet it is little, very little, that I have left to say. The purple volume lies open by my side, with the stories ranged together in it, in the order in which they were read. My son has learned to prize them already as the faithful friends who served him at his utmost need. I have only to wind off the little thread of narrative on which they are all strung together before the volume is closed and our anxious literary experiment fairly ended. My son and I had a quiet hour together on that happy night before we retired to rest. The little love plot invented in George's interests now required one last stroke of diplomacy to complete it, before we all threw off our masks and assumed our true characters for the future. When my son and I parted for the night, we had planned the necessary stratagem for taking our lovely guest by surprise as soon as she was out of her bed in the morning. Shortly after 7 o'clock, I sent a message to Jessie by her maid, informing her that a good night's rest had done wonders for me, and that I expected to see her in my study at 7:30, as we had arranged the evening before. As soon as her answer, promising to be punctual to the appointment, had reached me, I took George into my study, left him in my place to plead his own cause, and stole away 5 minutes before the half hour to join my brothers in the breakfast room. Although the sense of my own happiness disposed me to take the brightest view of my son's chances, I must nevertheless acknowledge that some nervous anxieties still fluttered about my heart, while the slow minutes of suspense were counting themselves out in the breakfast room. I had as little attention to spare for Owen's quiet prognostications of success as for Morgan's pitiless sarcasms on love, courtship, and matrimony. A quarter of an hour elapsed, then 20 minutes. The hand moved on, and the clock pointed to 5 minutes to 8, before I heard the study door open, and before the sound of rapidly advancing footsteps warned me that George was coming into the room. His beaming face told the good news before a word could be spoken on either side. The excess of his happiness literally and truly deprived him of speech. He stood eagerly looking at us all three with outstretched hands and glistening eyes. "Have I folded up my surplice forever?" asked Owen, "or am I to wear it once again, George, in your service?" "Answer this question first," interposed Morgan, with a look of grim anxiety. "Have you actually taken your young woman off my hands, or have you not?" No direct answer followed either question. George's feelings had been too deeply stirred to allow him to return jest for jest at a moment's notice. "Oh, father, how can I thank you?" he said. "And you, he added, looking at Owen and Morgan gratefully. "You must thank chance as well as thank us," I replied, speaking as lightly as my heart would let me, to encourage him. The advantage of numbers in our little love plot was all on our side. Remember, George, we were 3-1. While I was speaking, the breakfast-room door opened noiselessly and showed us Jessie standing on the threshold, uncertain whether to join us or to run back to her own room. Her bright complexion heightened to a deep glow, the tears just rising in her eyes, and not yet falling from them, her delicate lips trembling a little, as if they were still shyly conscious of others' lips that had pressed them but a few minutes since. Her attitude irresolutely graceful, her hair just disturbed enough over her forehead and her cheeks to add to the charm of them. She stood before us, the loveliest living picture of youth and tenderness and virgin love that eyes have ever looked on. George and I both advanced together to meet her at the door, but the good, grateful girl had heard from my son the true story of all that I had done and hoped and suffered for the last 10 days, and showed charmingly how she felt it by turning at once to me. "May I stop at the Glen Tower a little longer?" she asked simply. "If you think you can get through your evenings, my love," I answered. "But surely you forget that the purple volume is closed, and that the stories have all come to an end?" She clasped her arms round my neck and laid her cheek fondly against mine. "How you must have suffered yesterday," she whispered softly, "and how happy I am today." The tears gathered in her eyes and dropped over her cheeks as she raised her head to look at me affectionately when I said those words. I gently unclasped her arms and led her to George. "So you really did love him, then, after all," I whispered, "though you were too sly to let me discover it?" A smile broke out among the tears as her eyes wandered away from mine and stole a look at my son. The clock struck the hour, and the servant came in with breakfast. A little domestic interruption of this kind was all that was wanted to put us at our ease. We drew round the table cheerfully, and set the Queen of Hearts at the head of it, in the character of mistress of the house already. End of section 42. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma.